The modern world kneels before the altar of speed. Same-day delivery, fast food, fast fashion, trends that rise and fall before the sun sets. This is the age of acceleration, a world where stillness is weakness, where slowness is sin. Speed in chess, by nature, should be sworn enemies.
Oh, and Firouzja might break another mouse!
One, a sprint, the other, a siege. And yet, bullet chess dares the impossible.
Hikaru just resigns?
It takes the ancient battlefield of 64 squares, a realm of patience, of calculation, of depth, and sets it ablaze. What was once a game of long thinks and longer wars, where a single move might be sculpted in silence, where the clock ticked like distant thunder, is now a storm. In Bullet, the clock is no longer just a sword. It is a ticking bomb.
He wins!
Reflex meets reason. Memory meets muscle. Every second becomes sacred. And from this collision, this violent marriage of tradition and tempo, something mythic is born. Not a game, a war cry. A trial by fire, where brilliance flashes in an instant, and immortality is written in the blink of an eye. The 2025 Bullet Chess Championship on Chess.com starts now.
Let's go, guys. You already know what time it is. It's the Bullet Chess Championship. We're on day 3. Let's go. I'm so hyped because we have a lot of chess to be played today and some big names and big matches. I'm FIDE Master James Canty III here, joined with Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Hambo, let's go, bro. We're on day 3.
We're on day 3. What's up, James? How's everybody doing? Day 3 means obviously the stakes are getting higher and higher, right? As we get closer to finding out the champion, the best bullet player in the world from the Bullet Chess Championship. Players are going to be nervous because I know I am.
Absolutely. Of course, the players are nervous because it's bullet chess, like everyone who's not in a streaky game, because you got to remember what the format is. If you're just getting here today, or if you were here for the first day 1s and 2s, you got to know what this format is. What are they doing? What are they playing for? And all that other stuff. It's 16-player double elimination bracket with a match clock format, which means they have 30 minutes on the match clock to play continuous 1-0 bullet games until the match clock expires. Winners semifinals and the finals and the grand finals are going to be 45 minutes. So you actually get a little bit more time, which actually changes the trajectory of some things like we saw yesterday in the game. Players have to win by a 2-point advantage to win the match. Again, that's a pretty different standard there with the win by 2 rule. What do you think about that one, Amon? The win by 2 rule?
Yeah, I mean, in some other traditional sports, it's not that unfamiliar to us as fans, but certainly in the chess world, it is. And you know what? I'm a big fan of it. It's brought us some of the most entertaining matches, of the event, sure, but just the most memorable ones that I can remember casting. Because this win by 2 means that you can have that 1-point lead, and we've seen the other player come back, actually win the match. So we wouldn't have moments like that without that addition to the format.
That is correct. In fact, it changed the trajectory. It's bittersweet because, if I'm winning, I want to win. But then again, if I'm behind at 1 point, you got to make it 2, right? So it makes it very interesting, as we saw already. But we got to take a look at some of the standings, guys, to see who's still in, what is up for grabs, and who's not with us anymore. On the left side of the screen there, as you see, there's still a lot of money bands over there. Big bands all the way down through tied to 7. But we did see some players be eliminated already. Remember, it's a double elimination bracket. So if you lose twice, 2 matches, you're out. And that was Arjun Erigaisi tied for 9th with Andy Woodward, $1,600. That's nice. Also, Andrew Tang and Yates Erdermis got the same $1,600 for, hey, I lost 2 matches. I played my best, but still got $1,600. That's a good day. And then tied for 13th there all the way down. Those 4 places there, you got Guha, Mohamed Muradli, Sergey Zagalko, and Tuan Minlay with $1,275. Listen, that's nice, man. You got still got $1,200 there, Amon. Even a bad day, and maybe whatever you call it, I got $1,200.
Yeah, I'm not complaining if I'm in their shoes, and it is the truth that as the event goes on, we're going to be able to find out more names that are going to be eliminated, which is why our focus is going to begin in the losers part of the bracket. We're in losers round 3. Jeffrey Xiong, Alexander Bortnyk, Duda, and Denis Lazavik. And of course, James, we're going to start with Den Laz and Jan Krzysztof Duda. This matchup right here is a very interesting one because these guys actually, I don't think they've gone toe-to-toe in bullet before.
That's kind of crazy, right? You think these players have played all of each other, or all of them have played each other already in different formats. But bullet, it's like, hey, first time, buddy. What's up? What's up, bro? What's up, bro? And like that's what's going to happen here today. As Dinlaz is always ready to go here. Love to see
his shirt. Does it just say best?
And you see how he made the camera go down because he know Dinlaz, and then sips the water. Look at the confidence there. You know what I'm saying? That was a flex.
That's a
like,
great.
You want to flex the trophies? Look at this shirt, bro. Yeah. Look at the shirt. Check the shirt, bro. And I think it says the best too. Like
I think it says the best. Yeah.
Wow. All in his head.
Great shirt to have on hand.
Psych. Duda with the psych. I love it. It's amazing.
I need a shirt like that, James. Are you feeling inspired to just wear something that says the best? How are you not going to play the best?
And then he's in his head because if you wear that shirt and you're facing me, and I'm like, bro, what you wear? No, I'm the best. So now you're already in my head. You know what I mean? So that's a very big psych move from Duda there. He did that on purpose for sure.
I think so, and we know Denlaz always with the the hardware behind him. So I'm liking how both players have showed up to this match. Jan Krzysztof Duda, he's obviously representing that more classical player that we know him first as an over-the-board player rather than an online specialist. And Denlaz, we kind of associate him a bit more online. So it's interesting to see that we have that kind of battle taking shape.
Yeah, and of course, as we have one of these boring Borlins here, where of course, this is all the pieces get traded. Dinlaz is just blitzing the moves out or bulleting them out, as we would say. He's used to these lines. He loves all the positional stuff. He just knows everything, and he's super positional lines, right? Because you have 5 takes, and he's in his element.
Exactly. I feel like this is a good first game for both players. Just get the pieces moving, maybe make a draw, call it a day, and everyone goes home happy. I think they're trying not to start off on the wrong foot, so everybody's happy just getting one game under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like a Duda, more dynamic player, he'll play a little bit of literally everything I've seen Duda play. Then Laz, on the other hand, I've never seen him. I don't even think he played a Sicilian. It feels like I've never seen him even play a Sicilian defense. In fact, I'm pretty sure he probably has, but just don't remember in my memory ever seeing even the Sicilian defense from him ever. But he does play some of the most positional chess I've ever seen, and even these positions, he's in his element. So I want to look how fast he got that king to F5 too as well. Played H4. His in game and positional understanding is just absolutely next level. Love to see it from Dinlaz.
It's amazing. The problem is he just blundered with allowing knight takes C6. However, I think he's the huge favorite, if not the guarantee, to win this game because he's opened up a 15 to 20 second lead. So even though the game was very drawish and okay, the Berlin, I think Duda honestly was just kind of asleep to start off, right? He's not in that bullet mood just yet.
Geez, 17 seconds in the last game to play. Duda, you better speed up, big dog.
Yeah, that's not going to cut it. But, I can relate to just starting matches slowly. You're not used to the time control. Who knows if he's warmed up? Could be the first games of the day. There's lots of reasons why, the first game is just not going to be representative of the match.
Yeah, that was incredible speed there from Dinlaz. Even though, hey, he didn't have the greatest position, it doesn't matter. It's about that speed too as well, where I think we saw that yesterday from Duda, but sometimes it just takes that warm up. Like, you know what? I was way too slow. I need to move faster here. And we'll probably see that very soon.
That's right. Now. Well, again, I'm sensing that we're going to see a bit of a theme, James, in this one, that we're not going to see the wildest positions. So it's really a lot's going to be decided over the board as well. And if the first 2 games are any indication, the speed is very handily in Denlaz's favor in this matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, he's incredibly fast, one that we don't see so much playing bullet. We see him more in Title Tuesdays or even in the Champions Chess Tour that he's done very well. We made it to the finals out there in Toronto. So very strong. We already know. But with Duda as well, we see the same. Wait, if we're fixing the names here, guys. White preferred name, black preferred name. Nice. Rating.
Yeah, he's no longer just Denlaz.
He's mad.
We're taking other options here. Legend,
Legend, the best.
Whatever works.
Duda's mad. Oh, he has no time. That's what he's saying. He's like, bro, how am I? He's winning, but again, 6 seconds? Move.
Yep. Now, he's definitely going to be able... Oh, an H4. H4.
He threw it in there.
Oh, no, that's really crafty. H4 that's a seasoned bullet move right there, saving the game. Who knows if Duda would have been able to convert, but Denlad's not taking any chances. May as well throw that pawn move in when you know your opponent has to pre-move at the end of the game.
H4 and pre-move HG5.
Exactly, because he knew it would work too.
Yeah, you have to know when to throw those type of moves in there, and he knew exactly when to throw it in. So great job from Din last year.
And no matter whether you're playing bullet or not, when you're playing against a fianchetto structure and there's no knight on f6, pushing the h-pawn up is a great mechanism to utilize. Unfortunately, Duda drops the exchange with the knight fork, but his attacking possibilities, they're really there. And look at this, knight h6, knight f7 in a bullet game.
Boom, boom, bop, bop. Knight g5, and that caught him with something spicy there. Love Tactino's there. That's exactly what Duda is looking for. Some type of tactical type of viciousness, and he got it here. He was able to get it. Now he has some great chances to actually win this game here. Do we take the rook? He does. Let me follow up with what exactly?
Ooh, the rook is hanging, so you can't play queen takes. Look at this. Yeah, he's really understanding that knight cannot be taken. Oh, but king g2 and the rook over. This has to be GG, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda has got to get on the board here.
Rook h1 anyway probably could be played. He plays knight f7. Oh, even better. Knight f7 takes. Rook h. Yeah, you just play rook h1. Queen g6 actually runs into rook f2. That's weird.
That's right. Yeah, you got to be a little careful there, but he's gonna clean up the pieces pretty nicely.
What is Duda mad about? He's definitely angry about something. He's talking to himself. He's throwing his hand up about something. Not sure what it is. But he got the win. He got the dub.
Yeah, sometimes you're critical of your own technique. It's like, great, I know I'm winning. I know this is crushing, but man, I should be winning better than that. I'm not happy with how I'm converting.
I'm not happy I won, but I'm not happy.
Exactly.
I'm not happy.
Now, that's the mark of a strong player, James. You know, if you're happy after a game, that's a big mistake already.
They should be angry. I won. Oh, I hate winning. Should have lost.
That's right. That's right. It wasn't good enough. No matter what, it's not good enough.
Not good enough. It was 99% accuracy. It should have been 100.
That's right. You know, the kids in school, they got 99%, start arguing for that last one.
But I got it correct. Takes bishop f5, queen e2. And I like this King's Indian that he got here. In fact, very nice way of handling this. King's Indian versus the Catalan that Daniel Naroditsky likes to play. Rook a5. What a move.
Yeah, rook a5 to c5, activating nicely. But I will say this opposite bishop position, if white can get a hold of this pawn, I don't. That's why I said if. I wasn't exactly sure if this was possible. Bishop d5, and what gets played there? Rook takes e2.
Queen h2 there.
He's just up clear material, but, you know, drawish tendencies, right? These opposite bishops.
Yeah, rook g5, bishop e5. No, that would be f4, but he could move away. G4. Now, opposite color bishops, as you mentioned, rook d5. Maybe we take. He says no. C6 played. Much better.
And using that pin really, really well here.
Duda having no time once again, though. Got to speed up. You got to move. 7 seconds. No increment.
And this is still tricky, but hang on. This pawn is just going.
Yeah, you got to move, bro.
It's time, though. 1 second.
Yeah, this can't do it. It's not with 1 second. Then
do you feel like are you just watching the same story here every single game? It must be a frustrating spot for Duda to be in. I think it's fair to say that the speed is with Denis Lazavik, and even though the positions are competitive, Duda spends that extra time just to find the advantage, and he usually does. But then it's a battle of like, was it worth it? You have the advantage, but he's been losing these games on time near the end.
Sometimes it's even the opening choice, like using something that you can play very fast to gain some time. He's Indian defense is one of those.
This is 10 seconds, James, already.
I mean, crazy. That's crazy, right? It's insane. You need to have this under control quite quickly, or else this could get out of hand speed-wise. Then you start to tilt. And when you start to tilt there, you're just playing whatever just to play fast because you're playing slow. So, and then you play really fast, but you're playing fast and angry, which is not a good idea.
That's right. That's right. And that's a frequent style for me, but you're absolutely right. It's not desirable.
fast and angry. You don't really show it. Like when we know that so we see some games from yours online or playing Chess.com when we play on the stream. Queen G4, by the way, is winning, but we don't show it. Actually, in fact, mine's just like you just shake your head, quick little quirky smile, and keep
all
playing.
inside.
All inside. Punching the
2.5. Match is evened up. We're seeing the same opening, and we're talking about that potential tilt. It's weird because I think he just got the win, so that's not tilt. That's just trying to keep up with the speed of Dennis. That king was supposed to castle, James.
It was supposed to castle. King F8, King G8, mouse slip. Definitely was not supposed to happen this way, guys. But it happens. It happened, and one of the first times here, I'm not down too much time, says Duda, with also a great position, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow he's turned this into quite a decent position. Knight is coming to E2, supported by the bishop. Knight D3, Knight D2.
Jeez. These knights here. You can go knight D3 there anyway, because queen takes was definitely some problems there. But he takes, brings the queen in, queen E2. Takes.
Okay, knight B4 is a bit of an achievement, taking C6 as well. So I think Dennis will be happy enough with that.
I'm not gonna lie.
Here come the rooks, though. This is unpleasant.
That is scary. Attacking one of the rooks, looking for a fork, but they keep them on dark squares. Very nice plan. But rook C2 will be bishop B4. G6 stops that. Very smart.
Right. He saw it. One move ahead.
Knight B3, maybe around the D4. That's nice. Rook something.
Really well played here by Jan Krzysztof, but again, it's going to be that time scramble. What does he have for us? Rook takes G3 is a great intermezzo.
E6. You want to draw, bro? Nope. Draw what?
He's always threatening mate, by the way.
Moves away. Bring the rook back.
Oh, he walked into checkmate.
Oh, nice. Right. Wait.
That was a mistake. King H1 needed to happen, and Jan Krzysztof played that beautifully. He kept threatening mate and then making a different move. It's a great way to put pressure on your opponent.
Especially with the rooks on the second rank like that. Very nice. So you have a same-ish King's Indian here.
That's right.
These are quite annoying to face from black side, but you need to open up. Yeah, it's already bars going crazy, but now it's more Maroxy binders out of nowhere, which is kind of crazy how that transposed.
Yeah, and black has a decision to make all the time with E6. White plays knight D5, black plays E6, and white has to move the knight away. The pawn on D6 is weak, and so immediately we're trying to trade pieces off there.
And he plays his bishop e5 version of it. Very nice from Dennis. It's actually a very famous game. Ituri Zaga in the Accelerated Dragon with the bishop e5. He has some very vicious lines here. But dropping the d6 pawn is not recommended.
Yeah, I'm looking at h4. I'm thinking, well, we can almost take it and play rook g3. That could have been a pretty good idea.
That would have been nice, actually. In fact,
and rook g1. What about? Hang on, who's actually getting attacked here after g4?
H3 is like, all right, G4, bishop G2, what a move.
This is such a wild game. E5. Oh, this is favoring Dennis now. Position's opening up. He's also got just about 8 to 10 seconds on him.
Take the rook. Ooh, king out here in the middle of the street. King F1. Maybe I need to go to G3 instead. What is the move?
Yeah, every single rook has disappeared, James.
Oh, my goodness. I have no more rooks. Yeah, this is a wrap. You can hit the button on that one.
3.5 to 3.5. I'm curious what the people in chat are thinking about the two styles we're seeing here. Sort of the slower but more measured approach from Jan Krzysztof. He's trying to convert these positions. And Dennis, who's playing the positions very well, but at some point he realizes, okay, don't need to play it perfectly anymore. Let's focus on the speed. He's got 10 seconds up every game. I mean, it's two very different styles matching up here.
Chat, who do you want here? Dennis or Duda? Dennis or Duda? Chat, who is your champion? Who do you want to win?
I mean, you're leading people in there when you say it like that. Dennis or Duda?
Or Duda. Duda or Dennis? Who do you like, chat? Who do you like? Wow, Jesus. This is Dennis's game here. I look away for a second. This is crazy.
D5. I mean, just look at these knights back there. They're really covering a lot of squares. Yeah, knight G6. What a weird position, but obviously just the exposed nature of the position, it has to be something that you feel like white's doing okay in.
Yeah, well, what's funny is the tricky knights, though. What's the time? Okay. Yeah, so one knight you can't use, but the knight on e4 is tricky. Watch out for all the moves and all the forks that the knights do. Very annoying pieces.
Yeah, you got to cover rook c7, but hang on, knight e5 was going to f3. He had to sacrifice rook to h5, and just
and
like
look at
that,
the
black's
stupid knights. The stupid knights.
Oh my goodness. You can take
Oh my
a7, but that's
goodness.
it.
He's done. He's done. He's done here. And Duda wins with those crazy knights, guys. One of the best pieces you can use in bullet chess is definitely the knights because they're so tricky. Duda for the win.
This game right here, James, I feel like it showed their two styles perfectly. Duda was down on time, but he used the tactics and he spent the time to find the winning moves on the board. And even though Dennis had that extra time, nothing matters when you're getting mated.
That's right. In fact, nothing matters unless they got 1 second on the clock and they're reaching to grab the piece and they flag. That's what you're looking for. Flag with mate in 1.
Okay, we're back in here. 4.5 to 3.5. It's a very close match, right? And looking up, top left corner of your screen, pay attention to that match clock. Reminder, we're in the losers bracket here, James, so it is only a 30-minute timer.
With halfway, guys, with it looking like only one game lead for Duda here.
Ooh, the knight is jumping around everywhere, trying to be as annoying as possible. We see a lot of pawns getting on dark squares here, which kind of favors black with the bishops.
Okay, let's go.
Jan has done a very good job, I feel like, of just untangling in this position.
See what chat's talking about. What's going on, chat? How do you feel about this match? Is it even? Do you think one has do you have a favorite here? What do you think? We always like to give it to chat.
Look at these pawns on dark squares. This is what I was talking about, James, with those bishops. This is so far a masterclass by Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, when you get these positional positions from him, of course, he is likely to convert, and he has the time to as well. The pawns are nice and spread around. The knight is very annoying, as you see. Very quick. Jeez, sometimes you forget how quick he is.
Yeah. And the thing is, when Dennis gets a game over the board in his favor, remember, he's also probably up time to boot.
My goodness, that was so quick. It's back and forth, evenly matched, under 15 minutes now.
Yeah, now this is, more than halfway, just crossed, and we have the same differential as when we started off. Tied up 4.5 apiece here. Dan Laz against Jan Duda.
Going to b6. Do we trade or not to trade? That is the question. He says knight d2, of course. This is Dennis's type of position. Oh, trade? Oh, absolutely trade, queen.
Yeah, exactly. a5. Okay, so he's taken the bishop pair here, but in exchange, Jan has a really well-supported bishop, and in general, a fairly safe position. He's going to bring a rook to b8 to bother the queen.
Okay, bishop to d2. What's the pawn count? I looked away for a second. 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. Even past a pawn. Do we take or not to take? That is the question. Maybe 95, but 93. So he ends up capturing. That's
the thing with the a pawn here, is you're constantly wondering, is it strong? Is it weak? Like, both guys are trying to say that the pawn is whatever they want it to be. White's trying to say it's a weakness. Black's trying to say, hey, that's an outside pass pawn that you got to go deal with.
In fact, yeah, maybe even a rook a3 there. He plays f3 to restrict the king from any type of movement. So we're going to get this pawn. A nice move, rook b6 to try to bait into king takes a4. But nice tricks there from Dennis. Was expecting it.
Oh, look at that move.
Slightly better. Oh, that was sick, though. Rook takes and then king g6.
Now, I was going to say it can't be taken, but rook e6, and actually black hangs onto the pawn. Dan Laz is in trouble. Jan Duda, he's got to win this game.
4.5. Such an evenly close match here. Takes. Wait, he didn't take. He check. Takes. Will he be able to do it? Oh,
he's got the technique.
Yeah, he probably should have taken the rook, in fact.
Yep.
Duda for the win.
Okay, there we go. Another 1 point lead. I'm trying to think, have there been that many 2-point leads? Maybe at the very, very start, but I don't think so. This one is very, very intense here. It's just been back and forth.
Back and forth here, indeed. In fact, we have a very nice King's Indian here where we already have F4 and G4 is coming. There it is. And this is the beautiful King's Indian, I should say here. Um, Myself, G3 looks really nice. Take, 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 take. Knight H5. There it is. And Knight F4. There it is. Of course, King's Indian 101. King
That's right.
H8, Rook G8, Bishop F6, and go for mate.
And I'm assuming, James, you'd rather play with the black pieces here, right? Just more straightforward.
100%. King's Indian all day. King's Indian or die. That's how he is. If you live by the King's Indian, die by the King's Indian. Any King's Indian fans in chat? You love the King's Indian defense. There it is, right?
Interesting.
Something happened there.
F6.
It must have been a move, apparently. Maybe it's just knight back to F4. It's the knight.
Yeah, knight F4 looked like a pretty good move.
H2.
I think you want to get rid of this, but okay, if a knight shows up there, that's terrible.
Oh, very nice. Do we have any checks? Oh, there was knight F2 check. Queen H1 takes. Nope. Doesn't work. Too many moves, too fast.
There was probably knight F2, knight D3, but I mean, that feels like an age ago already, because now it's all about the time. 11 seconds apiece. This is where we see the speed from Jan Shistov. Can he keep up with Den Laz if it's equal?
Here we go. This is really time scramble chat. Anybody and anything will happen at this point, right? Hold on to your hats. 3 seconds.
The speed
2 seconds. 1 second. Really Duda's going to flag.
Den Laz's favor.
Duda is going to flag. I feel like he lagged too as well. Yeah, I think he's talking about his computer. I think there's something going on with his maybe some lag there. I did see him make some moves, but his clock did run a little bit. So he may have some lag issues there, but that is on his end. That's usually quite annoying to face, having some type of lag, if that is the thing. Yeah, he was frustrated.
Knight C5. Clearly. I mean, positions like this, 2 bishops, they usually are supposed to be good, but the problem with this one is, look at these light squares, and that light squared bishop should be the best piece.
Classic Kata one here. The
Queen
bishop on
C4. I'm not sure.
Excellent piece. Queen
I'm not sure I am agreeing with that.
Maybe you meant to take it.
I would want to play bishop F1, bishop B5, but instead he's closed it off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did close it off. Now black has a nice position. White has these pawns, though, really strong. This could be a weakness. He takes with the pawn. I was expecting rook takes first, but still very strong bishop. How do we make progress, actually? This actually seems very equal. Like C6 is coming. Wait a second.
I take black's position pretty much all the time in these. I'm not sure if that's necessarily true, but it just feels easier to play. The bishop is such a tough piece to maneuver.
Okay, he's
taking that. Starting to look kind of good for white here.
No, I was saying maybe draw, but then I mean the way that the lag is not working in his favor, or at least he's not gonna have time. I think he's gonna flag. Oh wait, what happened to the rook? Yep.
Yeah, I mean Dennis had more than enough time there, I think.
Yeah, it didn't matter. Okay, we got some. Okay, now we got some fancy, nice play here. This is looking good. Bishop F5 error, but that's okay. We need to. Sort of a French type position without the light square bishop.
I like this bishop on D4. I know it's kind of like blocked in, but it's saying, look, if you ever want to take me, a great piece replaces it.
Takes, E6 takes. Oh, that'd be nice. Rook F8, but bishop F8. Yeah, rook E6 now takes with the knight instead.
Bishop H2. That's a move you. I'm surprised by that. I mean, where was G3 there, James? To trap that bishop in.
Yeah, of course. Bobby Fischer. G3 there. King G4. I have to go G4. F3 would be rook F1 check. He is definitely visually frustrated once again here. Due to having some type of issues, maybe it's some type of lag, I believe. Then it's just faster.
I'm curious.
The BG1 after G3. What's up,
Again,
Shepard?
we've
I
seen
see you
so
in
many
chat.
of
Hello,
these rook
guys.
end games.
Yeah, every game seems like to be some type of rookie game. We haven't seen any like decisive crush yet. Like just a vicious attack. These pawns here trying to work here. Duda's still down on time. All I'm really trying to watch is his clock, as Duda has been having just a lot of time trouble this entire match so far.
Yep. I mean, he's obviously going to win this game.
Yeah, should have enough time. He's got it. He's got it.
There we go. It's 6.5, 6.5. I mean, for someone who's so upset about everything, he's doing pretty well.
Okay, we got more back to the Catalan type of stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh, that hurts. And nothing you can do about it. That hurts. And it's crazy that all this is happening to Duda here and he's still at an even score. Yeah, that's
brutal.
That's gonna hurt. You'll feel that one on the way home. Well, time and having problems with like the mouse slip, the freaking clock. You're like, just and you have to control your emotions and play a match here. Like Duda's going through it here. So it's impressive really to see him still be 6.5, 6.5.
Mouse slip right there is so tragic because they've been going back and forth. It's so important to win one and maybe lose one, get it right back. So if anyone loses 2 in a row, it's starting to feel like that's just going to be the difference. There's under 5 minutes, James, so everything matters at this point.
That's a great point here. Under 5 minutes here, and another great point you made too as well with the idea of just going back and forth. So the first 2-point lead could be psychologically won from a player standpoint, understanding, we were going back and forth. The first person to get that +2 there could really, especially with the time getting lower here. Nice C6 is coming. There it is. Right. Knight to C6. And
I mean, this extra piece here is just honestly too much.
Oh, these knights. Terrible night.
Let's see if he can refocus. This is a key game here with 4 minutes remaining. He's got to win.
Here we go. All right. Any Duda fans in chat? Anybody? Any Duda fans? Because he needs to win to even the score, obviously. A1 almost trapped the queen there, but queen takes E2. Takes.
This doesn't look very good. You know what? I would play H3 and G6, and then there's H3 and G6. I need an escape square, and you know what? Why did I say those 2 squares, James? We got light square bishops. What did both guys do? They made an escape square in the dark squares. Just small things,
And I think he slipped, by the way. He got frustrated. He went to go G4, but went G3. He went G3, G4, so wasting a tempo, but obviously having some type of either mouse problem, lag, whatever. It's just lots of things going on. Seems good for white, though. You do have some tricks, I believe, here. And you also have the obvious extra pawn, which you're trying to convert here.
Yeah, bishop C4 is about to happen. Rook E5.
Okay, rook E5 should be okay. Takes, and he takes, and okay. Shake hands.
Are we going to agree to a draw here? How much are we going to play? I mean, Dennis Lazavik is up 5 seconds. It's something.
Yeah, this is a scary situation to be. We've said this many times before. The scariest place that's not being checkmated or being close to checkmate is right here. There we go. If they don't want to draw, then you get frustrated and somebody hangs a rook.
That's right. Okay, a draw in some sense is kind of good for Dennis Lazavik because the game has been so back and forth, and he's generally been doing pretty well with the white pieces. Both guys have. So a draw there kind of flips things, and all of a sudden, white pieces again for Dennis Lazavik.
Here we go. And this is very critical. Very critical. Who get the fan hype going in chat? Duda or Dennis? Dennis wins. This could be detrimental. In fact, it would be a must-win situation for JKD, as he would need to win to at least force a tiebreak. If not, he's out.
Oh, look at this. Knight back, taking advantage of the pin.
He said, yeah. I got you. A little tricks there. Shuffles around, feels good, uptime. This is his game. Should be his game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a must-win. I think just the emotional damage would be far too much here. But on top of that, look at the time, right? We got 1.5 minutes. So if he wins this, I think what will happen is we're going to get one more game. It's tied right now. No one is going to win outright before the end of the timer here. So I think we're going to be going to tie breaks, James, no matter what.
Well, that's awesome, guys. Tie breaks, tie breaks. Let's go. Let's go. Very even matches we've seen so far. Make it this far, 8-8. This is probably one of the most even matches we've seen. Knight of 6, what a move!
I know, yeah, and almost like theory the way they played it.
Right, so fast there. Bishop f4, a3, and rook d1, a4.
Yeah,
maybe that was
a3. He did another hand gesture, James, and once again he played a4 right after. He's slipping very often.
Yeah, very often. It must be some type of maybe new mouse, maybe new setup. Something's obviously off. He's just not as comfortable as he was yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you get a nice new mouse. You're thinking, oh, this is going to help, but old reliable would have been the way to go.
That's it. Old reliable there. To get that new mouse, you're going to have to play at least 100 games to break the new mouse in to figure out what that sensitivity is like and etc. So what kind of mouse do you have, actually, when you're playing bullet chess over there at the Chess Prop Pad?
We've been using the wireless for a while. That's my big
wireless. Wow. So what happens when a battery goes out there? Wireless?
I know, it's a weird thing. I thought I would never be doing that, but it's a new thing that I've been doing, and it feels lighter, feels like I can bring the mouse anywhere. I'm not tethered by the cord.
Wow. Wireless chat. Don't try that at home. If a battery goes out, you are cooked. 100% cooked in the middle of the game. Wow.
I will say it's never happened.
Never happened. Nice. Very nice. And then that's a bishop, and Duda is visibly frustrated. He's down. He's mad, which is understandable, but he's able to push it to tie breaks.
And I definitely think at this point in the match, there's so much pressure. Denis Lazavik is up 9-8. He's been doing phenomenally, and the frustration is building up for Duda. All it takes is one game, James. Denis can just show up to this tiebreak, win the first game, and that's it. That'll be the 2-game difference that he needs.
It's very possible, especially with a lot of things that Duda has going on. I mean, you can see there's some lag, something wrong with the mouse. There's mouse slips. He's frustrated. So, if he's not able to get over this and take this into the tiebreaks, Denis definitely obviously has a edge, over that. So Denis is looking good. Looks good for Denis, but Duda is definitely not out, guys. Remember, this is a tiebreaker. Anything can and will happen.
That's right. Yeah, the tiebreaker means they're going to play up to 10 games. So a 2-game differential is needed in order to win the match. So if Duda wins this first game, we'll be tied up. But if Denis wins, that's the end right there. They play up to 10 games. At the end of those 10 games, if anyone is leading, they immediately win the match. And if for some reason they're tied, James, after all of that, then we just play sudden death.
Here we go. All right, chat. Who you got? Duda or Denis? Yeah, which, of course, the cameras need to be switched. But they will be fixing that. Duda or Denis, guys? Who are you going for? Who are you rooting for in this matchup to make it through the loser's bracket?
And crucially, Denis begins with the white pieces here based on where they ended off. So it's honestly, he's been doing a lot better with the white pieces, and he only needs one win. So I think this first game is so crucial.
Very crucial here, but looks very nice for white. I mean, I have some active pieces. The king's on f8. Things just seem definitely off in black's position. So we're going to try to get this win as much as we can. Oh, nice. D5 was a very strong move there. Yeah,
this is a disaster.
Yeah, black should be done here.
Oof. Almost everything looks wrong. He's trying to trade the queens, but of course, Denis is just not letting that happen.
Yeah, he's cooking.
The king's in a potential mating position, but I think he's kind of thrown this one away a little bit. Queen f5. The time is going to tell the difference, though.
This is kind of annoying. 13 seconds. Oh, my goodness. He has no time. Oh, no. This is scary. He's been here many times before. He's got to move. 10 seconds is not enough time.
Oh, queen b7.
He's got to move.
It's over. It's over.
Oh, my goodness. He finds
it. It's all over. That's me. That's a 2-game lead. And look at that. He got it done. This is the first time we've even seen a 2-game lead. And of course, it happens when the match ends immediately for Denis Lazavik, the winner.
Yeah, it's tough. JKD had some problems. There were some things going on the entire game. For even keep it this close was very impressive, even with all the things going on his side. Maybe lag, mouse slips, maybe new mouse, who knows? Maybe new setup, whatever. He was just kind of off in this match, but still was able to take it to tie breaks. But Dennis, he was like, I don't care about any of that. We're going to play, and Dennis, the menace, he moves on through the losers bracket. Narrowly, but it doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. Congratulations to Dennis.
That's right. And Jan Krzysztof Duda, I mean, I feel like he's been battling, right, through mouse slips. And honestly, I'm pretty impressed by his game still. If you're putting up 10-8 and you're just visibly frustrated, you got to be satisfied with that. He took out Andrew Tang. He certainly proved me wrong. I think he did very, very well in the Bullet Chess Championship.
Absolutely. He did very well, guys. Of course, as we know, I mean, we still have games to be played here. You still got more chess. And that's going to be exciting and fun, guys. But, is it summertime where you are, guys? Summertime where I am. Hopefully you're not anywhere where it's wintertime. It should be summer everywhere. It's hot outside. Make sure you're getting outside and having some good fresh air, guys. Celebrate the summer with 50% off premium memberships on Chess.com. Unlock unlimited game review, puzzles, lessons, and more. Get half off. It's a limited time only, guys. Visit Chess.com/membership or use !summer in chat to claim this offer. Not available to existing premium members or friends and family plan. Guys, we're going on a short break, and we'll be back with Alexander Bortnik versus Jeffrey Xiong in Losers.
David versus Goliath on the board. A young Grandmaster dares to challenge Magnus Carlsen, but no one saw this ending coming. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and you have to see this game from the Champions Chess Tour 2024. This epic showdown kicks off with an English opening, where Black plays bishop to c5, a trendy choice among the elite. White starts looking for play along the semi-open c file, with the mighty Little Devil on g2 ready to strike. a5 is a must to stop White's b4 expansion. No free real estate here. After bishop to b6, Black's pawn structure takes a hit. But hey, at least the weakness on c7 is gone. e3 is played to stop bishop takes f3 followed by knight d4. A couple of rooks leave the party early, and now queen e1 is sneaky, planning to put pressure on a potential b4 pawn. But then knight d5 drops like a bomb. Black is eyeing knight takes b4, ready to munch on the d3 pawn like a midnight snack. And Magnus B. Magnus pulls off a brilliant exchange sacrifice. Things are about to get wild. c5 is a good move, slamming the door on d4 like a boss. Knight d2 looks logical, but now Black's advantage starts snowballing. a6 was the way to go, but instead Magnus goes all in. Queen to the back, ready to push. Now f2 is sweating bullets. Knight c1 is a great move, making way for the rook. And now queen e4 lands like a hammer, hitting e5 and setting up rook to d1. The Viking of chess is now rook down, but he's putting all his hopes on the a pawn, which by the way has a jetpack thanks to the g2 rocket. Lazavik, calm as ever, finds the only winning move again, knight to d2. Forget about bishop d5 because rook takes a7 crushes the party. And then c4, run. White starts dreaming about queen h7 checkmate, but hold up, Black has just enough defensive firepower. Once the queen lands on f6, the rook slides to e8 and the Black king sneaks away like a coward to h8. White is left with nothing but sadness and resignation. Game over, what a battle!
Hello guys, I'm Nihal Sarin, and I'll be trying to do aim trainer. Yeah, I've seen Andrew Tang do this quite a bit. He's completely insane, but I guess this will be fun. Let's see. Yeah, it's fine.
Do you have a favorite from the Bota sisters?
No.
True.
What?
I'm shook. I'm honestly happy about that answer, but I know I'm still the favorite.
There are sides in the sisters that I appreciate more, like in each of them.
Am I your best friend? You asked me this question, so I get to turn the tables on you.
You're one of my best friends.
He shook his hand no.
She is not your best friend.
I know. Do you think Alex and I are the most entertaining chess content creators?
Yes.
She thinks you're good, but it's a lie.
It's still a lie.
Okay, I still love you. You really
What if I'm
tried.
just genuinely nervous answering a lie detector?
So what happened is that she gets the question, and she's thinking that, oh yes, they are.
Yeah, but then she's...
And then after a little while, boom, comes a reaction.
makes
says
sense.
that, okay, there are maybe someone else. Or...
Which is fair. I think that's a very fair answer.
Do you care more about your content career than your chess career?
Yes.
True.
Wow, and Dina's very competitive.
It's genuinely very hard to improve at chess at a certain level. Also, time is not in your favor. I don't want to say it's easier to rise as a content creator because it's very hard to rise as a content creator. But if you were to compare, make a career in content creation or in a professional like chess, I think I personally have more future in the content creation.
And then I seem to remember that I just made a move immediately when I just replied immediately, like not even sitting down when he when he made his move. Like I think those are the things you do as a kid.
We want to show you some special and fun moments from your career and have you reacting to those videos.
A draw. It's a sensation.
It was a special game for me for sure. Very difficult to prepare against Kasparov because he felt like he sort of played everything and kind of invented all the best modern openings, or at least practitioned them. But I guess at some point, I was just trying to play a solid normal game, and then at some point I managed to outcalculate him. Like he missed a little trick, and yeah, after that I just think I played a little bit too cautiously at one point, but I was obviously happy with the draw.
And this clip has become very famous in modern times as well on social media, Twitter, etc. And people saying like 13-year-old kid is like bored when drawing the greatest player of all time at the time. And Have you been following that, or have you realized that yourself, that this specific clip has been so viral?
I think that's just what I did during those days. It was the theoretical position, so I didn't understand why my opponent was thinking. Like now I would understand these things a lot better, since I've been in those situations where I played kids and others whom I definitely would want to beat, and whom I know that it would be a big thing if I lost or drew. So then you're sort of sitting there, sort of thinking it through a bit further, like which line should I actually go for? Where can I find some winning chances with the black pieces? So and he was maybe thinking like, what are some old lines that I can play that he doesn't know since he's a kid and so on. I honestly probably could have played anything. I didn't know that much at that time, but I think a lot went into that. But at the time I was like, yeah, it's a theoretical position. I don't know why he's thinking. Let me look at some other games. I don't know. And then I seem to remember that I just made a move immediately when I just replied immediately, like not even sitting down when he made his move. Like I think those are the things you do as a kid. But it was good to see that, like, at least part of the game I was able to approach as if it was just any other game.
We are back with the next match, guys. We're still in the losers bracket here, and this one is Alexander Bortnyk versus Jeffrey Xiong. I'm FIDE Master James Canty III here, joined by Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Come on, them boys are on the screen. We got another one for the chat.
I know. There they are. Can't wait for this one. This is, honestly, it just feels like a similar battle to the one we just saw. We had the kind of online, known for their online speed, right? Alexander Bortnik, and then the former 2700 club member, Jeffrey Xiong. So it does feel like a similar battle. In the last matchup, we saw Laz emerge victorious. I wonder what's going to happen here.
Yeah, in fact, Xiong is actually glitching in the Matrix, as we saw. He was just glitching and glitching, and then, is he here? Is he there? He's appearing in Bortnik there. And as we see, we got their head-to-head matchup in a way. So, wins 23, draw 7, and lost 22. Look at that. So, honestly, it's very evenly matched. What do you think about this card here?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get more evenly matched than this, right? Between two players. Quite literally, he's up by one single game. And Bortnik, you see from the graphic there, he's played 29,000 games of Bullet on Chess.com. And Jeffrey Xiong, only 1,675. So I think that's the real tell right there in terms of experience, James.
Absolutely. And in fact, I think Xiong is still in like the baby phases in ways you would say, is just like playing as much Bullet or playing whatever he likes, and he's having fun more than Bortnik is, I think, because he, you see the openings we've seen him play, the pawns, push it up on sides of the board. He's just playing literally whatever. We saw some G5 and B5, all kind of stuff, and getting these vicious attacks. Xiong is, by the way. So, but looks like he's more conservative today. Went with a French defense, I believe this is, maybe an advanced variation.
Yeah, we'll have to keep in mind those games we saw from Jeffrey. He was seemingly pushing just about everything.
Every pawn,
yeah. I'm excited to see whether he's going to bring that out here or if he's going to treat the game in the match just a little bit differently.
Yeah, seems as though he's so far so good here. B3, slight error here, but French defensive position where Black is actually quite well. He has the open F file, the bishop's on F6. You're looking to play E5 at the right moment, but be very, very careful, obviously, as well. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, he's probably going to occupy the D4 square. Could be knight F4, but yeah, I think he really wants to solidify it there. Instead, E3 being hit, and so is the queen. Knight F4, kind of the only response.
Which still attacks D5. Now maybe rook to D4, which could stop a lot of things. King H1, but Queen H5, he had that in his mind there. That was a very strong move there. Knight G6 anyway. Scary, playable.
E3 is hanging.
Oh, E3 is hanging. Boom, and no reaction from Bortnik yet. Queen F5. Whoa. Wow, Queen tactics F5. Everywhere with the idea of playing rook D8 check, but Queen C1 is going to steal the deal.
Queen H1 is made. Oh,
man, yikes! Bortnik goes down.
That's some nasty stuff, and we get to see Bortnik's. I mean, this is something you'll see, I think, quite a bit, right? He plays this Alekhine defense all the time, James. Definitely his bread and butter.
That is his bread and butter for sure. He has, of course, on Chessable on the Alekhine too as well, or the Alekhine, if you however you want to say it, guys. But he is one of the greats when it comes to this in this modern day and time. He plays it against everyone. Doesn't matter who you are, he will play it, and you will get an Alekhine from him.
That's right.
In all time controls, believe it or not. So he gets great positions too because he just knows it inside and out, and he plays it as a child. But here he's getting absolutely cooked with bishop to D2, and his queen is gone. Chef
right.
Jeff.
It's always the case, James. Whenever we're saying he knows it inside and out, it's when that's the one time he doesn't.
Oh man, right. Chef Jeff came prepared today with his apron and brought all his spices with him, as he is absolutely cooking in this game. Definitely found all the right moves.
I'm going to go ahead and say, are we really that happy with White here? I'm not convinced.
Yeah, now after obviously being mate threat everywhere.
There's problems there's at least a draw here.
Whoa, he's gonna take that. Whoa, he said no draw. What?
Try again. Go for more.
Queen G5 maybe,
because he can give checks and then just kind of make a random move, and there you go. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, look at the time. Bortnik's gonna flag him. That's
Bishop
crazy.
F4. Yeah, Knight F5. He's playing on. I actually think Black is just winning here. Because in Bullet, I mean, you got so many ways to win. The clock is a factor.
Wow. Rook H2. Is he's just allowing... Wait, what? Uh-oh. 2 seconds, though. 2 seconds. Yeah, he's just gonna flag.
There's just no time for any of this. Wow. That is bullet chess for you, James. You can hang your queen, and it just doesn't matter. The compensation shone through there.
There we go. And he goes with queen a4. This line actually is not the greatest. Of course, they did put this in their course, Bortnik and Daniel Naroditsky, and it already worked, in fact. He did not find the right continuation. Jeff did not find the right continuation. From the book, it actually is a weird line that is not findable in bullet. So yeah, it worked out here.
Dang, not findable unless you know the ins and outs. Because, I mean, rook to e1 here, you can pre-move that. This is game over.
Already. Yeah, this is not the move order that you're supposed to do is honestly literally not findable in bullet. It's just insane. It's some line with bishop c5. You have to sack on f2 and do all this crazy stuff. So,
I think you can just take and play knight d5 or rook e6. You have knight c7.
All kind of moves here. King in the center of the board. He might just say, you know what, bro, chalk this one up. Rook d7 is not possible. Maybe it is. Wait, no, it doesn't work. I was looking at rook d7.
I'm willing to bet, James, if you took either rook and just sacked it right there, it would have been a good move.
It would have been fine. Just do something. Just sack first, think later, as we always say. Queen d4 hits g7, king f8, rook e7 anyway, followed by queen g7, rook f8. There it is. Boom, knight d5 instead, and snatch up everything. This one's a GG.
Everything. F7, F4, H7. He doesn't have much left.
Rook takes d7, incoming. Incoming. Boom, there it is. And caught him.
Ouch. That was an impressive game, and he's getting it. So far what I've seen is Bortnik seems to be very happy with his openings, right? He's kind of playing that Jobava London. He's playing the Alekhine, stuff that he's used to and comfortable with.
Absolutely. That's what you need, of course, when they always say, how can I be better at bullet chess? Well, first off, be playing regular chess. Secondly, studying. And then third, now being fast. And then, now fourth is play the openings you like, right? So, geez, he got to stop playing this line, though, right? I think he just has to stop playing this line, in fact. Maybe he can play Alekhine, but maybe a different variation.
I think so. And when you know it as well as him, the depth, I think he'll be able to switch the variation without necessarily changing the opening, because he's probably happy playing that opening. But I agree, the last game is not going to happen every single time, right? It's not like Bortnik is going to lose his queen and still win the game. You can't play bullet chess like that.
Yeah, not every game, especially not against Chef Jeff, who is very vicious, especially when he gets going. So, maybe, Alekhine, definitely a great choice, but definitely looking at a different variation than what was just played in that one. First game, he lost his queen, but still won. This game, last game, in fact, was like 10 moves. So, be very careful here. I think he's going to make some changes. Knight h6 is incoming, by the way, and he can play it now.
Well spotted.
Knight g4. There it is. Takes. Takes. Queen h4, maybe. Rook h6. Maybe just queen g5 or something.
He's all over this position. Yeah, rook coming to e1. At some point, white can, push the h-pawn, h4, make some space for the king, and help the attack.
Really strong h4 is a vicious move there. That's good. Bishop f5. He said, I'll sack the exchange.
Yep. I mean, I think you kind of have to. So it's a decision that was just made for him.
It's like, you will sack the exchange.
Exactly. You're not sacrificing it. I'm winning it.
I'm winning it forcefully. 96. Knight d4 defends c2. Back and forth.
Bortnik he's speeding up. I think he's starting immediately. He recognizes 13 to 11. He sped up like crazy. 96. That's a game over move.
Really strong, and back to flip here.
Look at that. e4 d6. James, he already adjusted, right? He switched the opening, and that's what you got to do in bullet. You can't just keep knocking your head against the wall, playing the same losing variation.
Yeah, in fact, one thing he said, I'm very good friends with Bortnik, and one thing he definitely loves is the Philidor defense. We just kind of talked about it briefly. He loves the Philidor. It's really strong, of course. It also is ideas to be very tactical. For instance, here you can sacrifice, which he does. He goes for it. So, very nice tactic there. Very nice.
Knight f4.
Knight f4, yeah.
At least he gets the knight out, and then there's going to be f5 to follow, and this, I think, is almost over.
Yeah, rook h5.
Rook h5.
Weird to think you can get aggressive positions from the Philidor, but he shows us time and time again that you can. Bortnik, that is. Queen h3, there it is. And do you have a move? You don't even have a move.
I don't see one. Yeah, he played rook f8, which was very clever, just to stop queen f3. That was white's only idea. Okay, this is the Jeffrey stuff that we've been seeing, right? This b5, b4. This makes sense. Very consistent.
Yeah, you see how he played too. Like he played an early a4 and like knight t2. He's just, I've seen you play this. You like this little weird opening, so he probably checked the lines here to get something. It's sort of French-like. I'm not gonna lie, Jeffrey is vicious with these pawns here. He was letting g5 happen too, but yeah, I think he's figured this out. Him meaning Bortnik.
Yeah, I don't. This is completely lost. h5 is falling. Queen g4 is coming. Oh my goodness, this is
not
dead.
try this at home, boys and girls. Knight e6 is beautiful here, and then queen f3, bishop g6, like all kind of stuff.
You have to play it.
You just have to. King g7 though makes this very strange. Rook f8, queen g4. Yeah, this is very strange.
This is over for sure, guys.
Knight d8 takes 95, sacking back. Ooh, with queen f2 and d4. Whoa, what is going on? Actually,
yeah. The thing is, there's not really a threat there.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a very nice tactic. Okay, he plays d4. I take.
You can go bishop f3 here. Kind of a weird, weirdly using the pin. Oh, he just forgot his. He just forgot his queen there. I think. Oops.
Yeah.
5-2.
Yeah, you can't let this get out of hand. He goes with the Polish.
Yep, you got to rein it in here. We're a third of the way through. 20 minutes on the match clock, top left of your screen, and Jeffrey Xiong sticking with this b5, b4 move in the opening. He's playing it regardless.
And getting some pretty solid positions too as well. The Polish isn't a terrible opening. In fact, someone asked Magnus that. And it was like, yeah, what do you think of the Polish opening? He's like, yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. It's like, wow, interesting. So then people start playing the Polish and getting cooked. You just got to know what you're doing. But yeah, of course.
If I hear Magnus say that an opening is interesting, immediately it's like, oh, okay, playable. I'll have to play it tomorrow then.
Right, exactly. Oh man, that's funny. Maybe start trolling. What do you think of the England Gambit? I think it's top tier. And then people start playing it and losing every game.
Yeah.
But actually, you play the England Gambit with the Queen sacrifice, by the way. Aman has videos on YouTube.
That's right. Maybe he's just trolling everyone the entire time.
Yeah. Nice move here. Oh, bishop's coming around to f4. Really strong stuff here from Jeffrey.
Wow.
Look
at Bortnik. He's going to put all the pieces on light squares and say, yeah, I'm completely fine.
Wow. Can I take on g4 anyway? And queen h6, king e7, bishop g5, king d6.
Well, you got the queen hanging. That's the problem.
Not enough. Yeah, that's true. Queen h3, takes. Queen c3. Yeah, black's just better. Bortnik getting out of that. Wow. Queen e3 might be force or g. Yeah, same thing.
He's happy to trade better. There. This is over.
We're on the spot. GG. Whoa, Bortnik. 4-point lead.
Yep. When he gets in the flow, that's a dangerous place to let him exist. And he seems to be just handling Jeffrey's unorthodox style really, really well. Jeffrey's playing on the wings, right? b5, b4, and Bortnik says, I don't care. I'm taking the center every single time, and he's playing very, very well in those positions.
Yeah, in fact, we just saw a glitch there from Jeffrey as he literally is starting to glitch here as he's trying to come back here from a 4-point deficit already to start.
Yeah, that d-pawn, don't think that it's actually just a weakness, because first of all, you can't take it. I don't see a good way to take it. You got 95 coming in. This pawn's an issue. You can also play d7, so kind of
back rank. Almost. Queen b5 instead. He did have maybe check. It was queen c8. Maybe rook c1. What was the move there? Ivan Bar jumped up crazy.
I know, yeah. Crazy for what?
It was like, right, what are you doing? Okay. Maybe a rook e6 incoming, possible.
Knight b5 is a solid square, right? It's defended, it's defending, hits the queen, kind of does a little bit of everything.
Now rook c1 to c7 looks
rook
really
takes.
clean.
Nice tactic there.
Nice tactinos.
So I noticed that Jeffrey was up about 8 seconds at some point, and I'm looking at the time now. I'm shocked. He's down 8 seconds.
Oh, what a move. Takes, yeah. Okay, down some time. Gotta move. Jeffrey, move. Okay, he should be okay.
Moves are going to come in real quick here. What can Jeffrey do? Oh, blundering. That hurts. The queen's exchange.
Ouch.
Everything all at once. It's 7-2. We're approaching the halfway mark. He's got to do something about this deficit right now. We talk about momentum, James. Unfortunately, it's not a 45-minute match, right? It's 30 minutes. You don't have time to, waste 5 to 7 more minutes. You got to turn things around now.
Yeah, I guess listen, I love how he's playing though. B4, G4, like who cares if it's a question mark? Bro, G4 is annoying. Play G5, like yeah. This is the type of chess you gotta play.
Completely agree. Right now, his biggest asset is actually the time. He's up 15 seconds, but let's pay attention to the clock as the game goes on, because this is the same thing we saw last game. He's way up on time, but then in the middle game, right around now, it shifted, and that 15 seconds just disappeared.
Yeah, out of nowhere. Now the king looks crazy on D1. I mean, this is not what you want. Yeah, 93 take, bishop B3. I mean, yeah, that was absolute cook session there. He had to go bishop C4 to allow himself to go king E2 instead of
oh my goodness, what the tactics from Bortnik there.
Demolition. Yeah, I mean, maybe we need to go back to some regular openings.
Yeah, it's hard to say because, that's the style he came with, and it's kind of working for him, but he's got to admit, it's not working right now. 8-2, Bortnik wins again. He was down on time in that one, but he found such a beautiful tactical sequence that the time just didn't matter.
Yeah, 6 games here is starting to get out of hand. As he just needs to get on the board here with something to get a little bit of confidence back. Try not to tilt as well. Things can happen, but man, this is not looking good for Jeffrey, as we know. 6-game lead for Bortnik.
So the match, just to put in perspective, if you've just got here, or if it's been going so fast, so furious, you can't remember, it actually started 2-2. Jeffrey won the first game of this match. It was 2-2. He's won 6 in a row.
Yeah, and sometimes figure out, this is gross. Double of the rooks, rook d7. Oh my goodness, that's a whole piece. Look at Jeffrey,
that's the frustration. 7 in a row. This might be the most games in a row that someone's won. Maybe like Alireza in one of his earlier matches, but at this stage in the competition, 7 in a row just hurts.
Yeah, 7 in a row. Bortnik is absolutely locked in here. Understands what he needs to do. Playing basically the same on both sides. With black, he plays this. With white, he's playing the same way with the same setup of the pieces. It's becoming very easy for him, and he's getting comfortable too, which is not what you want from your opponent. To get comfortable, to be feeling good. 13 minutes left. I mean, Jeffrey literally has to strike now, or there's just no chance.
Yep. I wonder, he's looking at c5, but I think queen takes e4 was a really clever tactic there. So he moved the bishop out of the way, defended his queen, and now he gets the move that he wants.
Knight takes c6. I mean, we're coming to the c file here. It could be quite annoying. There he goes. Trades. Rook c8. Maybe h5. Nice. Very nice. h6. Okay, Jeffrey.
He's got something here. c2, though. Watch out for that. Knight b4. He's going straight for the throat. Oh, my goodness. What a brilliant
scene. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that is ugly. Bishop f6. Maybe bishop e5. We could try it, at least.
Incredible. I think you just take on f5 here. Keep all the same threats.
Yeah, knight b4 was a vicious move.
I'm seeing the same story. It's like the time flips around because Bortnik is just so accurate.
And the tactics there are scary. Knight, rook check, bishop b1 check. There it is. Knight c2.
Rook a2.
Rook a2 is mate. Bishop c4, you just take.
Yep.
Resignation.
10-2. 8 games in a row. This match used to be tied. Matter of fact, Jeffrey was leading to start things off, and it has gotten out of hand here. 12 minutes remaining.
Wow, chat, man. Who was it? Was anyone expecting this, chat? Was anyone expecting this lopsided score? I was actually not. I was actually thinking it would be more even. And, with Jeffrey playing these strange openings to be able to give Bortnik something to think about, maybe get some aggressive type positions. But in fact, I was not thinking this was going to happen at all. It might even be an adoption, guys. We are 2 games away from a full adoption here, right here.
And it just seems that, it's not that Jeffrey's really on tilt. It's just that the style that he's coming with, he's not changing it up. Yeah. And it's really not working. And he's just kind of banging his head against the wall over and over. And Bortnik is ready to meet him every single time. He's handling these positions just much better than Jeffrey.
He's just giving him great positions out of the opening. Yeah, of course. Okay, if it doesn't work, guys, you just switch up, which I think Jeffrey definitely obviously needs to just switch some, maybe play some better opening choices, which would give him some better chances, believe it or not.
And it's not to say that the style or the idea is terrible, because, you know, worked amazing against other players, but you got to recognize if it's not working here, you got to adjust. And, you know, to illustrate that, what about Bortnik? Remember those first 2 games? Remember when Jeffrey was winning? Why was he winning? He was winning against that Alekhine, and Bortnik switched it immediately and never looked back.
That's an excellent point. In fact, yeah, the Alekhine did not work. He got cooked both games. In fact, actually, the one game he won was, you know, he was losing. But, oh, man, jeez. Wait, Jeffrey, hold on. Let him rook.
Let him rook.
Let him rook. Wait, and 2 seconds? He got one. No adoption today.
He does have one there, 10-3. He found a great tactical sequence there.
He did. He found some tactics.
Sacrifices, won the queen.
There we go.
He just hasn't had many opportunities to do that. So, of course, you know, opportunity in front of him, he'll find them, right? He's more than capable, but he just hasn't had many games where it's been possible.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. At least, you know, he got something. Now you're on the board, right? You feel a little bit better. I'm not getting adopted. So you breathe. Okay, man, I'm not adopted here. So you just feel a little bit better. Obviously still losing. Need to come back. 9 minutes, you know, it's very difficult. He's on the board. Right. 7 games.
Unfortunately, there's not really time for, you know, any delay. That's got to begin right away here. With under 10 minutes, really, you're looking at 5 to 6 games right there, and the deficit is 7. So not only does he need wins, he needs them fast, and he needs to bring it within a margin of 2 and then start that next game. So I actually think almost any loss here just kind of puts it out of reach.
Yeah, that is going to be vicious. D3 tonight is under fire. Knight B1 going back, and resignation. He's going to take F2 next.
Yeah, 11-3. I mean, 9 minutes remaining. I want to believe, but the math says otherwise, James.
Yeah, of course, the math is just not mathing here. We are under 10 minutes here. We're up 8 games. Bortnik is not cruising. Don't let your foot off of the gas. But clearly much better. And yeah, I mean, the strategy didn't work, as we did see, as you pointed out. Bortnik made the adjustments. Alekhine did not work. He had 2 bad positions. One where he won, where he shouldn't have really won that game, but he also did. Of course, it doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. The other game, he actually just lost Bishop C7 in like 10 moves, losing the game. Made the adjustments, played the Philidor, won 8 games in a row. Jeffrey, on the other hand,
I think that's the difference. That's the story here. Is that Bortnik was willing to adjust. You know, Bortnik has his openings that he loves as well, but hey, he's ready to admit if they're just not working against this guy. It doesn't mean the openings are bad, but they need to be looked at again, and clearly not working against this line. So before we just lose 10 games, let's check, you know, and play a different opening.
Yeah, and he plays everything. He actually, you know, whoa, is he just hanging rook? Oh, he's going to G5.
Trying to take this, but my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Look at the queen sacrifice. Brilliant move. Wow, rook takes H4, rook takes D8. Hitting before you're splitting. Make sure you're doing your tactinos at home. Let's go. Wow, Bortnik with a disgusting move. Look at him. Look at him. he
knows it.
Work there. That was disgusting. Oh my goodness. This is a family channel. Wow.
Because Jeffrey's idea was actually brilliant in itself. He sacked a rook. It was the counter sack back that he didn't expect. He was only looking at, well, what if he takes it?
Yeah, that was nasty. That was very nasty stuff there, boys and girls.
Would you say, James, is that the nail in the coffin right there? As it's 7 minutes, 12-3. He's almost 10 games up.
And when you get hit with a move like that, you have to recover. You know what I mean?
Yes,
That's
right.
Bust shot. You're like, oh, and then you got to start the next game. No, get up, bro. Next game. Like, oh, he just hit me so hard. I don't know what you mean. You know, like it's kind of where we are right now.
I hear you.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, Queen G6, H5, always on the attack. Jeffrey has actually been speeding up significantly, but the quality of Jeffrey's moves has not been there. So unfortunately, he's kind of playing in that style where, you know, it's all about speed, but he just doesn't have the moves to match, and Bortnik has always had the upper hand in these positions.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, all the tactical positions, which Bortnik being very well, as we've seen, with a very nasty,
There it
vicious
is.
tactic
That's
of the
another
day.
one.
We have 2, and queen takes knight, and nice, very strong. There's another one, boys. He's just racking up the wins here. Very reminiscent of a Firouzja versus literally every game, every match he's had.
Yeah,
Has
anyone,
been,
yep.
Anyone so far. Firouzja's been doing the same thing with these same type of scores that Bortnik is putting up today.
There you go. Queen is infiltrating. H2 and 4 seconds. Let's see the speed from Bortnik here.
Oh, he has 3 seconds. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 2. Oh, wow. 1.9. Jeffrey.
Oh, he gets it done 0.4.
Oh, Chef 0.4.
He gets it done 0.4. I mean, look, you love to see that. It's 5 minutes remaining. There's absolutely no way that he comes back in this matchup. So at this point, it's just collecting some wins and showing off the speed that he has.
Absolutely. And of course, yeah, one thing that you want to do here, guys, so it's something to learn from, is maybe try just switching up if it's not working well. These positions just did not go well. I think Jeffrey would have had a much greater chance at anything in any match, any game, if he played probably a different set of openings after realizing it did not work. Handing a lead over to Bortnik so quickly with so many games just did not serve him well. Another
He
position
has other things to play. He's not like one-dimensional. This is the only thing. Oh, knight d5.
Right.
Oh, he
Yeah.
doesn't play. Yeah, knight d5 is a tactic there, but I mean, it's so late in the match that he obviously knows that he's won. But yeah, adaptability. I think it's a huge skill. The best bullet players do know when to switch things up. And if something's not working, don't be stubborn.
Switch it up, guys. Be comfortable or be open to switching things up here. Maybe a different match strategy. This could have been a different game or a whole different match if Jeffrey maybe have switched up openings as well. Big stakes, B2.
The king. I thought maybe king C1 and king to B2, but instead he's putting the knight there.
And just shuffle. Is he up time? Yeah, a few seconds.
Oh, knight F5 and rook G8. So sneaky.
I take E6. I move the rook. I push. I push. I push.
The knight on B2 is just the hero, right?
Yeah, there's no way you're getting through. And then we use the decoy pawn. Knight takes C4 at some point. Bortnik wins on time. 3.5 minutes left here. Bortnik is going to move on through the loser's bracket. Jeffrey will unfortunately be sent home using his second life here.
Yeah, this match really got away from Jeffrey, and honestly, we've been saying it over and over, but it's just the truth. There's only one thing that I can call back to, and it's that opening change. It wasn't so much that Jeffrey wasn't changing his openings, because remember, Jeffrey early on he got some wins, but he was still losing some positions when he was playing his B5 and B4. So instead, what the problem is that Bortnik did adjust. So Bortnik stopped taking those losses in the tough positions, and Jeffrey just, he kept playing them. So unfortunately, that is the difference.
Yeah, difference in making adjustments, guys. That is the moral of the story today, is make those adjustments. It looks like, hey, we got one adjustment here, though. Hold on. Let him rook here, as we said before. Jeffrey is cooking. He definitely has this one in the bag, but has to convert.
Looks like it, yeah. The thing about taking on G7 is once the king goes to H8, there's actually no checkmate. So I'm assuming this is over as soon as you activate that bishop on the king. Just got to move that knight.
Then, queen. He has to move his queen around. Takes with check. Queen check. Nice game from Jeffrey here. Nice game. Ooh, Tactinos there. Ooh, with the great moves, Jeff.
Yeah, he's going to be collecting at least a couple nice ones near the end here, and Bortnik may as well run the timeout, but he knows he's got this. There's less than 2 minutes on the clock, which means they're going to probably only have time for one more game.
Really nice stuff here as Bortnik makes it through, guys. 13-5. Very similar to Firouzja's score as we have seen. Bortnik came to play today. He's going to move through and advance.
And they've played this opening time and time again, which is why they're basically pre-moved the entire thing up to this position. Honestly, we love to draw intrigue for these matchups, but got to be brutally honest here. This was extremely one-sided, and Bortnik just demonstrated that he was able to handle the way that Jeffrey was playing, not just, move by move, but he was able to handle the general plan that Jeffrey was going with every time, sort of offbeat wing gambits. And for that reason, he got a great position at the opening every time.
And also the adjustments. Like, one thing we did notice, again, as we pointed out many times, as he played Alekhine, it just didn't work. Jeffrey was absolutely prepared for that, getting great positions. Switched to the Philidor and then went off on an 8-game win streak.
That was
that
crazy.
Jeffrey was unable to stop. And when Jeffrey didn't adapt, he kept playing the same thing with white and black and letting Bortnik get good positions. And it reflects the score.
That's right. And this will be the last one. Unless something crazy happens. Only 20 seconds on the clock, and this could go another 40 seconds here.
And here you can even let the clock run out. Obviously not likely. Doesn't care too much. Do whatever you like. This one is over. Bortnik will advance. Congratulations.
And I actually prefer the knight here. I think this is probably... the knight just takes everything. Typical in Bullet, right?
Typical stupid knight tricks. Very nice. Dang. Bortnik with the win. Bortnik strong, as he says in his stream, which he is currently streaming generally. He streams, he's a streamer as well. Jeffrey Xiong is eliminated as Bortnik moves on through the losers bracket into the losers quarterfinals, which you see right here on your screen. Take a look at that. Guys, we have Sam Sevian and Dennis Lazavik coming up next. Wow. Chat, who do you have in that one? Aman, what do you think is going to happen there?
That one is going to be so exciting. We saw Sam go toe-to-toe with Daniel Naroditsky, one of the most exciting matches of the entire event. And Dennis has always had some very close matchups. And the way that they both play, I think we're going to see some serious openings, right? No nonsense. I know that that's going to be a heavyweight match. So I'm very excited. And I do think it's going to be super close because I haven't seen either one of those players really break out into like a 6-game lead in any of their matches. It's always been 2 to 3 games between them.
Chat, we have Sam Sevian coming up and Dennis Lazavik. Place your predictions in chat. Who do you think who is going to win? What do you think is going to happen? And who are you rooting for? In the meantime, guys, make sure you guys stick around and subscribe, guys. Okay, subscribe. You can subscribe for free, actually, too, if you use a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is also free for all you guys that use Amazon. You get the Twitch Prime. Well, you can subscribe for free, but don't forget to subscribe to the Twitch channel here. You can unlock exclusive emotes of your favorite players, no ads on Chess.com, and fun content during the broadcast breaks. You can use command subscribe in chat to level up on your streaming experience, guys. So we'll be back with the next match in a few.
I'm not sure if he's playing, but Andrew Tang for sure has the fastest reaction time. Yeah, I think he for sure has it because he plays so quickly in Hyper Bullet. It's insane.
Okay. I guess Andrew is invited, yeah? Yeah, then of course yes.
Honestly, I think I probably do. I think Danya might be a close second, but I think I might take it.
I have always enjoyed playing this bullet, but I'm nobody next to people like Karu, on the younger generation who has played over at least over 10,000 games, maybe more. Of course, there are some people who specialize in bullets like Andrew Tong or Naroditsky is very good, of course.
Have you ever wished you could just play game after game against a coach who actually teaches you stuff? Imagine a coach that plays at your level, tailors challenges for you, and even gives you feedback while you play. Well, buckle up, because that's exactly what we built. Introducing Play Coach on Chess.com. You can now literally play a full-on game against Coach, who talks to you, points out threats, praises your genius bishop moves, and gently roasts you for missing that fork that's been there for more than 5 moves. Here's how it works. Go to chess.com/play/coach, or just hit up Play Coach in the app. Pick your color, choose the difficulty, and boom, you're in. You can even customize your coach. Don't like their vibe? Change it up. Choose a new coach. Want more or less help? Toggle move suggestions, turn on or off threat arrows, the eval bar. You are in control. Coach will break down your play as you go. We're talking real-time feedback here. Strategic tips, motivation, compliments when you crush it, hints when you need them, all of it targeted exactly at your level. Total beginner? Coach will teach you opening principles, basic tactics, and king safety. More advanced? Then Coach will give you tips on pawn structure, positional ideas, the works. So stop wasting time. Go to chess.com/play/coach, fire up a game, and actually start getting better. Coach is waiting for you on the board, and I'll see you around on chess.com.
We have the freestyle drawing challenge. You can either draw your favorite chess piece, you can try and draw the country where you're from, or you can also draw something else you like.
I can't draw though. I have no like spatial awareness. I don't think I'm a good painter.
You guys will see how I'm going to draw, or can I?
That would be nice.
I'm drawing the US map with an oval shape. And then we have this. I told you I can't draw. That's not actually what I envisioned. Okay, so this is supposed to be... No, that's not good. Do I include Hawaii and Alaska?
Sure.
But Hawaii is just somewhere up here. Alaska is somewhere here. I have no like spatial awareness.
I don't think many chess players are so talented.
No.
Something like that.
Approximately where would you be living?
Somewhere around here.
Okay, I'm gonna draw a chess piece.
Okay, very good. On that map, where is like Florida, and you can show us a few cities.
Florida. But Florida is a little bit too far west on this map. Okay, I'll try another one. No, but this is also not good. Okay. Well, this is Florida. It needs to be a bit longer, I guess. Originally, I'm in the East Coast. I'm somewhere on this map here. And now I'm around here.
Amazing. Wow.
That's horrible. The map is the easiest, but it depends if I want to be artistic or not and draw like a piece. Should jut down like this. It goes over. California should be like something like this. It should go up. And then Maine should be right over here. And, okay, it's a bad drawing, but this is much closer than Fabiano for sure. Someone should still be able to tell this is the US.
My thought was that he was supposed to draw France and mark Paris. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've lived here. I've lived here in Florida. I've lived somewhere up here in New York. I mean, this is terrible, but whatever, it's close enough. I lived in St. Louis, which would be somewhere in the middle, up here towards like all the Great Lakes, somewhere up here. So yeah, it's a couple of places that I've lived in the US. I lived in Seattle, which would be way up here, so it's not perfect, but I think someone will tell based on Florida being down here that it's the US. So I've lived in all these different places.
Every child will win like this. There was a opening play like this, e4, e5. I think first one should be this one. e4, e5, bishop c4. I think we call this bishop opening because next move is queen h5 and to checkmate. And as a beginner, I think a lot of kids will play bishop c5, try to play like with white. And here we go queen h5, and some people will think that we're gonna eat this pawn and to protect, and we just take it. I think this is a kind of like opening trap.
And did you ever win a game as a child using this?
Of course, because I think every child will win like this. Yeah, because it's easy, and nowadays if you like teach some like a beginner, and they will also do it.
Do you ever feel like the game is losing some of its human element with the rise of AI? I don't think it's losing the elements, because AI is going to help players to play better chess. Players can never memorize everything. My name is Alireza Firouzja. We're gonna check some questions. What is Alireza Firouzja's favorite fashion designer? I think Louis Vuitton is my favorite. Where is Alireza Firouzja from? I was born in Iran, but now living long time in France. There's a Firouzja's peak rating 2800 something, 3 probably 4. Who is Alireza Firouzja's girlfriend? She's a volleyball player. What is Alireza Firouzja's favorite chess opening? I would say King's Indian or Sicilian. When did Alireza reach 2800? When I was 18.
We have a few more questions from ChatGPT.
How did moving from Iran to France was? I was already like 16, so like it was a good decision for my chess to be in Europe, and the freedom of going around and playing chess. It's very cool. Your style is often described as aggressive and dynamic. How would you describe your approach to the game, and how do you develop this type of style? Yeah, I think my approach is very tactical, sharp attacking, and you have to solve a lot of puzzles in the beginning when you're a child, and the pattern stays in your head. What are your thoughts on balance between preparation with engines and maintaining creativity in your games? Do you ever feel like the game is losing some of its human element with the rise of AI? I don't think it's losing the elements, because AI is going to help players to play better chess against each other. So I don't think chess ever going to die, because players can never memorize everything. What do you consider the biggest difference between playing online chess versus over the board? For me, there's no difference. I think for a lot of players it's different from online and over the board, but for me I feel like it's the same game. Chess has seen rapid evolution in recent years. How do you see the role of young players like yourself shaping the future of chess? Yeah, I think it's very important to have good new generation coming. So I'm proud that a lot of players are very competitive, Gukesh, Arjun, and I think we have a good generation that is coming to slowly take over. What advice do you give to young players who want to reach the highest level in chess? What do you think is the most important quality? Yeah, I think the most important is to play a lot of tournaments and not be afraid of losing, especially for young people, to know that they should just think about improving, and losing is not end of the world. That's it.
And we are back, guys, with our first losers quarterfinal. It's going to be Sam Sevian versus Denis Lazavik. I'm FIDE Master James Canty III here, joined with Grandmaster Amon Hambleton. Hambo, it's time, bro. What you think about this quarterfinal?
This
Sam?
is the exactly. I know. I mean, we got a tough decision to make because this is such an even matchup, right? We can take a look at exactly where we are right now. We're about to get into Denis Lazavik against Sam Sevian. We are in the losers quarterfinals. We are going to once again learn a player who will be eliminated from the Bullet Chess Championship. Sam versus Denis. Their lifetime score is so even. I think that Sevian is just barely leading, and they've hardly played against one another. So this is going to be probably the match that they're going to have the most games in lifetime.
Wow, this is going. Hey, is that a different jersey? Did he come different today?
I think he did. You know, the last one took an L, so you got to come back. It looks like an Avalanche jersey there, Colorado Avalanche.
Wow, he's ready. In fact, he came with a different jersey today, boys and girls. Generally, he had on the Winnipeg, the Jets.
Winnipeg Jets, that's right.
Jets, yeah. And now he's wiping his eyes, getting ready, meditation. You know, look at Sam, and then Denis. It's just Denis the Menace, as we like to say. He's won Title Tuesday. Many times at this point. We've seen him win, which is a incredible feat with the likes of Hikaru and obviously Magnus and others that win Title Tuesdays. Denis is one of those, in fact. So this is going to be an incredible matchup.
That's right. I'm excited to see the match between them because, as I've brought up before, I don't think either one of them ever really has lopsided matches. Even in a loss, it's always so close. And even in a win, they don't usually run away with it. So I definitely expect that this is going to be a close matchup regardless.
Well, you know what? Let's see what Chat thinks. Chat, what do you think? Sam or Denis? Close matchup? What's the over-under? How many points do you think they will score? Who do you have making it through, Chat? This is on you now. Let's see. Whereas games have started, by the way, and they're up and running. Here we go.
Let's take a look.
Here we go. Say Denis for sure.
The Bishop F4, a little London here, James.
London, how you feel about that? How does the London make you feel? You feel all fuzzy and warm inside when you see a London?
Oh, a little bit, I'm not gonna pretend. I definitely think that Sevian can be really satisfied with this position, right? Bishop F6, Bishop H6, these ideas on the dark squares, Knight H2 and into G4. Oh my goodness. Am I right in saying after like H5, this is game over?
Dang, this is London? Wouldn't the London been? Hold on. What files is this? Let me go check my chess. Hold on. I'm putting on my chessable right now. I don't remember seeing a London like this, Amon.
Yep. Queen, by the way, covering D1. And Denis is just barely surviving here. But this is completely over.
He is, in fact, he is barely surviving. Queen E3 takes. And of course, we just have one thing I remember from who said this? Gadakamsky, FFL, said that it's very important. He said the London end games, he said London system is great for the end games. I was like, wow, never thought about that. Or the end games are very nice for white. Mm-hmm. So after studying some games, I realized he was absolutely correct with that. With having end games are favorable for white. What do you think about that, Amon?
Yeah, I definitely agree. This one right here should be over. You got this trick where you can play E6 or G6 if the king were to go forward. So you just have to watch out for H3, which it's going to happen. So you don't pre-move. Good technique by Sam. And he takes the first game, and I'll just say very convincingly in that one.
Sam, I am. Denis is going to look to strike back white pieces, probably going for a Catalan, his usual stuff. Let's see. He's going to play his best against one of the best. So let's see what happens here. I like this Catalan setup. When you get C4, D4, and E4 in, he challenges the center quite well with D5 and C5, and we have ourselves a game.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? You have the white rook on D1 hitting the queen. You got knight D6 as an idea. So immediately Sam's going to slide that queen out of the way and trade the bishops off.
Trade. Now he gets rid of that. And Sam playing this incredibly well here. I mean, they got rid of the Catalan pressure with the bishop. Now light square weaknesses. Knight on G2 looks crazy there, by the way.
Yeah, he's reactivated H5, hoping to maybe get to H4, H3 in the future. I like the move H4.
I actually do like h4 as well. Just kind of stop him from doing it in all cases. Yeah, but hey, Dennis up time. That's a critical factor. 10 seconds is a lot of time.
Yep. I think this is a usual suspect, right? We see this all the time. Dennis is actually a very, very quick player, and I think he's capable sometimes of finding better moves than he plays, but he definitely has a style where he says, you know what, I don't need to find the best move here. Let me make a quick move. And his instincts are pretty darn good.
Yeah, especially with White. He plays so fast here. He's just playing what he likes to play. And then it was worse, but now I'm okay, he says. Okay, I have to trade off the pawn. I only have the H pawn left. Knight to G5. Will I be able to draw this? Will he be able to draw? How much time? 15 seconds, only 5 seconds. Yeah, he should be able to get this. Takes. Yeah, okay. Should be a peaceful result, boys and girls.
Yeah, and I was going to say, at some point, Sam is going to realize, wait a minute, I have to go and take that pawn.
There we go. And push and takes and draw. Forced. Nice.
Okay. 1.5 to half as we start out here. We still have a 30-minute timer, right? So matches in the losers bracket. Of course, up in the winners finals, we are going to have a 45-minute match today.
I actually like how Sam just is, keeping him on his toes. He played D4 first game London. Now he goes E4. Like if he switches up every game, something to pay attention to, just to not keep your opponent guessing. You can't move as fast when you don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I completely agree. You also benefit by just playing different things because your opponent can't play the openings very quickly. What we saw in that last match, which benefited both players, was they didn't really have to think about the opening, right? They just autopiloted the first 30 moves of the game, it felt like.
Yeah, in fact, as yesterday we saw Sam and Naroditsky there. It was like the game started and it was on move 10. Literally every game, pre-move to move 10, every game. Can't do that here. Time even. G5 played. G6. Hold on. Let him rook a little bit. Rook to G1. Queen G5 is coming.
And he's okay. I mean, Queen G5, Queen takes H5. Well, hang on a sec.
There it is. Queen G5 takes, and even Queen takes H5 anyway. Rook F2, King H1.
This is first. This should be over.
Check.
Yep. I don't see this working out.
And there we go. And Sam with another one here.
Yep.
Winning with the white
half to half. On to the next one. We got to see this Catalan work out for Denis Lazavik. So far, we've seen the speed from Denis, but over the board, Sam has been converting these positions.
Especially the way when he blasts open the center here with the D5, C5 option. And the bishop open. A little bit of a difference here, making the hanging pawn structure once again, taking on C5. So D5 and C5 become a little bit weaker.
And knight H4, kind of a typical idea. Opening up the bishop, trying to play knight F5, but black plays G6, even though there's a bishop there, and says, okay, well, that's the end of that idea.
D4 anyway, making him think. Excellent move there. Ooh, bishop E4. Okay, logical move. Happens a lot in the catalog. Knight E5 maybe. There it is. Takes. C1,
yeah, knight on C4. So strong.
Extremely strong there. You want bishop A3, rook E5. Nice.
This is Denis's game. Much better Catalan here.
There it is. You can see for a little frustration from Sam there as he lets him get on the board here if he's able to convert.
Yeah, you could try to move the queen in to threaten the knight, but I think what he's going to end up doing is playing H5, F5. Like he's prying open that king position as much as he can.
Queen to F5. We're looking to take. And he says, do you want to trade? Yeah, I'll take a trade. Best as I can. What's the time situation? Just under 20 seconds for both. No increment, remember.
There go the pawns.
These pawns.
Yeah, rook to C5, though, is really, really well played. And you can sack. I would play rook takes knight.
It's a great idea. Get rid of that stupid knight.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, of course. And Dennis here. And yeah, not enough time for Sam to try to flag here.
And there it is. He's on the board with a win, 2.5 to 1.5. As expected, neither player really going to run away with this one. And we're back to the London.
Back to the London? Okay, let's see what variation he goes with. Plays H3, okay.
So Sam is definitely playing what I like to call a bullet London, where it's a terrible London.
Really?
But he's not trying to take the time to play. Oh, we got
That's so
C4.
funny.
Game over.
That's hilarious. Oh,
He's not trying to
C4.
take the time to play perfectly. He's just
Wow.
like autopiloting the moves. And he definitely didn't play the correct London moves there. And as we can see, this game has not worked out at all.
Yeah, this is not the greatest London, obviously. We are in some trouble, but it's still time. Okay. We have time on the clock here. Maybe F3. He plays it. Knight takes F4. Wait, does he get a piece back? Oh, he plays Bishop D3. Okay.
I think you're right, though. That Knight F4 was tricky.
Yeah, and then you can double the rooks now. Very nice. Rook D4.
Now, the extra piece is at the cost of 2 central pawns. So, I mean, we kind of have to say that Sam Sevian has a pretty good deal here.
What version of it he says in chat? So H4, Rook D2. Okay. Will he be able to convert? He does have enough time to do it, but not the easiest with the pawns that I have. Yeah, okay, I lose the piece, but I have the pawns.
Yeah, he's trying to maybe take all of the pawns over here, but with Rook D1 and even Rook D2 ideas, I don't think it's going to be possible.
He takes B7, which was played. Rook G1, Knight H3 is incoming. There it is. Knight F2 and Queen F4 is going to be GG, so he not allows it. Knight F4, we repeat H3 and game over. Mate on the move. Check and checkmate.
Yeah, there's mate in a couple different ways here. Sure. And he likes that one, so he goes for that one. 2.5 a piece. It's all tied up.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All tied up. Back to, okay, now we have a King's Indian. Oh, this is the Grunfeld line. Yeah. Okay, this is Grunfeld with the Catalan twist.
That's right. Now, I see these, and I usually tend to favor white. Same. Just because I look at the pawn here, and it feels like it cuts all these pieces off from defending the king. And in bullet, I mean, it's all about the attack.
Yeah, there's also a big attack for white in these lines that I've noticed. You can go, lots of times go 95, put the bishop on F3 or something, play King G2 and Rook H1. I've seen this a lot. It doesn't even take on F8. You know, bishop with the bishop.
That's right.
F6. So just an all-out attack. There's 95, as we mentioned. Rook takes C5. Mm-hmm. Rook B1, obviously. Maybe bishop.
What do you think if Rook takes F5? I just feel like as soon as you get the queen over there, it's got to be good, right?
He's calculating, but he says, I'll double the rooks instead. Bishop A6, Rook B2 incoming. He may be in trouble.
Yeah, Rook B2 is a huge threat. Actually, you can play it now. This Bishop D5 move is no good.
Anyway, and that might be a resi on the spot there. Yikes. Resignation, a.k.a. Yeah, that might be a resignation.
Oh, yeah, plays. You're down a lot here.
Plays on.
Rook to B1.
B2.
E7 hanging. Don't forget. And look at this. Every piece is almost on white's first rank.
Maybe I go Rook D8 here. There it is. With the idea of sack, there it is. And then you do something else, like Rook D2. Yeah, okay. He went this way, but now white's back in the game. Hold on. How much time is left? Oh, that's why.
Definitely back in the game. It's all about time here. And oh, Sam, that is a big mistake. I think he just said out loud, what am I doing?
What am I doing?
Himself. What am I doing?
What he says. That's exactly what he says.
Hey, he said it, not me. There you go. That was an interesting technique there because the king was actually cut off on the side of the board. Normally that's a place where you just put the queens there and it will be checkmate, but he was focused on a different strategy, which is more reliable, where you're up on time, you just pre-move. Like basically any pre-moves on the board, you know that eventually your opponent's going to flag first.
What do you like in his positions here? I actually really enough like black because we have the opportunity with the pawn breaks, especially F4 being in the move.
Basically, it's between F4 and C4, and in this case, black got F4 first, so I kind of prefer the position. But for white, as soon as you play C4, everything comes apart. For black as well, like B6, you got C4 coming. White can blockade here, so I don't know.
I think after F4, I wanted to play F4 to be able to take something, not to really play F3. So now I might be switching. But wait a second, Knight G4, Rook H7. Hold on now.
Yep.
Knight
I was
G4.
gonna say, what about Knight F1?
Oh, yikes! Whoa, Knight takes E3, takes. these pawns, F and E, are vicious pawns here. Knight G4, F2 is going to be nasty.
Yep. The pawns are going here. Oh, is that just a draw?
There it is. Oh, he bagged the draw. Had to get out of there.
Interesting. Maybe Black actually had something there. It looked like Black was basically winning the game. So not sure he'll be the happiest with that result, but 4-3. Dennis had a slow start, but he's had the better side of the last couple games, right? Denlaz won 3 in a row. He just drew that last one. Now he's got the white pieces again. He's got the momentum right now.
I like this position for white here. Not the biggest Catalan player myself, but when I do get E4 in and my rook's on the files, I do feel a little bit more confident, especially in this faster time control. I just nabbed a pawn here too. Takes.
Oh.
Yeah, and there we go to tactics. Oh, that's a piece! Sam didn't flinch. Okay, now we see in the eyes there, in the eyebrows, he realizes, I just dropped a piece. It's back and forth here, boys. But it could be Dennis's first 2-point lead.
Yeah, this should be a pretty easy conversion here for white. He's up just about 10 seconds. He's also got the extra piece. He's even got an extra pawn, and it's a pass pawn. Yeah, you got to resign those.
Keep it moving. And that's the first 2-point lead here. Dennis is up very strong. Good stuff. But Sam can bounce back, as we've seen yesterday with Daniel Naroditsky. Very, very close game. Very close match. This is called the Frankenstein variation or something. It's a very strange name for this.
Yeah, you brought up the match yesterday. It's important for everyone to remember that even though that was an incredibly close match, James, it wasn't for the majority of it, right?
Right.
It was actually very one-sided and a terrible start for Sam. So it feels like he is that slow starter. It was unusual here. He got off to actually a good start, and now it's kind of roles reversed where it's getting worse for him over time.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible how these swings happen, as this is a streaky game. One player can get a very vicious streak, and then also one player can, really just get pummeled, actually, as we've seen in some of the matches before, which we still have more matches to be played today, guys. Hopefully you're excited and ready for that. Chat says, Vienna game, Frankenstein, Dracula variation decline. Yeah, that's crazy. Who came up with that? Why is it called that? Why is
I do
it
have
called
C4 here. I really like the move C4. It forces the queen to pick a square to go to. Watch out.
Okay,
that
rook's
rook is hanging.
That is hanging. Rook takes C4. I think that might be only move, huh?
This is not good, though. Right back in the game is Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, with the extra material, too. It's only one pawn, but one pawn is all you need. Up a little bit of time, says Sam, trying to create whatever I can. With the knight, I will take the knight. Okay, I'm down the pawn, but I will take with the knight. Okay, king F1, yep, king E4.
Yeah, if Black can trade bishop for knight, it's really going to help his
96 was there. He got out of the way. Jeez, scary.
Oh, this is great. Dennis has great chances here. You see, I was just shuffling back and forth, though. White's going to take the draw. I don't know about that from Dennis. Usually you want to make different moves when you're shuffling. For example, I'd recommend, like rook E8, rook F8, rook G8, just all of those. But nevertheless, he didn't want to lose, and he ensured that by going back and forth.
All right, we have a Benko gambit here, played right all the way out here, in fact, with A4, stopping any type of B5 pushes. Anyway, of course, yeah, the knight goes to B5. This is usually the best Benko you can play. I mean, he played this so fast.
Problem is, James, you're dealing with someone who's so well prepared, one of the best players. Like the Benko is just not a great opening at that level. So of course they're coming out with some big prep, just easy position, easy understanding, and White's much better.
Ooh, takes. Oh, now we have the push pawns, obviously. B and
yeah,
really
I was thinking maybe sack the B pawn and just put the rook behind the A pawn and go.
I see that. I definitely see that.
That's what he did, but later.
And A6, A7, A8. Bring the knight around. How do I get to
knight
B5?
C7, knight C5?
I could go, yeah, exactly. Right, but I mean, I can't get the knight to C8 is something I would love to see.
Oh, this is turning around here. The pawn's getting to A7. That's huge. Now you're not able to get your hands on those pawns on the other side. No. Rook A4 is a draw after king B6. He can't do it. He wants to play for a win.
And now he give up the pawn. Check, check. There's nothing. There's nothing. Maybe I go G4. Try to get F5 in. It's played. Knight where? Check. Knight E7. There could be some play with Knight G8. King gets to G7 now. Knight D8 is a move. Knight E5.
You want the knight on F6 here. Knight G4. There it is.
Check. Knight D7. There it is. Knight F6. Okay, he's good.
Ooh, the repetition really helps Sam there.
That's nice.
You'll be happy with that. Denlaz with 4 or 5 seconds advantage. Not good enough. But you know what has not happened in a long time? There's been a lot of draws. You know what has not happened? Sam Sevian in the last, 8 games, 7 games, has not won.
Sometimes it can be frustrating when you can't get that game off. You're trying, you're doing whatever you can. Sometimes you have to make some opening choices that are a little bit different, right? Of course, maybe try a different repertoire. You played E4, you played London. We keep getting these in games, which Dennis definitely loves. Takes, King F2 so far. 3-6, 3-6, everything even. I mean, we've seen this time and time again.
That's right. I would say that Black might even have the slightly better side of this endgame, just with the potential past F pawn. So I kind of like Dennis's chances.
Same. He gets the active king, right? King F4, no mate. Oh, we're good. Pawn on D3 holds everything. C2 will fall though. Maybe you just repeat. There it is.
So what do you make of this strategy here? The difference is still 2 games. Both of them are such solid players, and neither one of them is willing to make that bullet decision where you actually maybe take a bad position or make a bad move to win on time. Even if someone has a time advantage, they're saying, "Know what? I'm happy to make that draw." We've had 4 draws in the last 5 games. I've never seen this before in bullet. I thought they weren't possible, James.
Oh, yeah. And with these players here, of course, Dennis is playing out of his mind. And also, Sam is too. Now, of course, it's just who is getting that slight edge in a few different positions, which is actually happening here as Dennis was able to get, a 2-point lead, which he's holding that little 2-point lead. If he's able to win one more game here, Sam, that is, he may feel a little bit better and also going into some tiebreak type of territory best as he can.
That's right. Yeah, 2 bishops here, but all the pawns are kind of on the same side of the board. And if Sam somehow, some way can trade the dark square bishop for his opponent's dark square bishop, he'll be very, very happy.
Who do you got, chat? We got Dennis or Sam? Sam, I am, and Dennis. Of course, there's been nothing so far. Wait, hold on. We might have something here, as we mentioned. Now the bishops are under fire. Take on C5.
Wow, look at this. He's got an extra pawn here. Sam Sevian. He's got to make up a little bit of time, but I would take Black here.
This one. Let me see what the chat says. Shout out to the mods. I see you. What's up,
Here
boys?
comes the king.
Lovely. Thanks, chance.
Feels like you have to give a... Oh, maybe rook takes... Oh, wait, rook takes F5? Doesn't work as well.
Let's check, and queen. There it is. Takes.
Yeah.
Now we're able
It's
to
no
take
good.
and win. And we're up time. 5 seconds. Nice. Bullet is stressed. Stressful. Who thinks bullet is stressful?
He gets it done. Sam Sevian, all he needed was 1 extra pawn in a rook endgame. He just won his first game in the last 9.
That feels good, right? Now, when you get 1, you maybe could get another. Usually you'll see some consistency here. They've been going down this line time and time again. B4, though, that's different. Yeah, he shook his head there. Not familiar with B4.
I think it was just bad timing. He wanted to more or less pre-move B4, but the opponent played A5, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you hate it when that happens.
A6.
They snipe your move.
Yeah, usually it's A6. He's like, A6, B4, A5, not familiar. And of course, too fast, too furious. But Sam on the board.
And the bishop covers everything. H5. Yep, queen G6. Suddenly the E-pawn looks like an issue. What are you going to do?
He goes queen F3. Maybe go back, king G2. Now knight takes and gets a very strong piece on G5.
Agreed.
It does give up the pawn, but actually tactically wins. Queen F3, knight F3, rook E4, knight G5 to E6 wins.
And yeah, he's got the same idea here because rook takes E4, knight G5 is game over.
GG. In fact, Eval Barr says, GG. My goodness. Look at the triple pawns here. That is disgusting. The triple stack, the tower.
Is he going knight H7? He is. What a weird trap of the piece.
Wait, there wasn't there just rook F8 immediately, too. But, of course, it gives the piece back. Knight H7, weird trap. Knight takes. Ooh, who do you have here? In fact, yeah, we get the piece, but the pawns. Can I grapple up the pawns?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. The black king getting to f3 is concerning, but I mean, you gotta take the white pieces here. You're up 6 seconds as well.
I got the piece. I mean, he does gabble all the pawns. Here we go. Draw. Maybe.
Oh my goodness. He's in a winning position here.
Mate!
He can
On
take
A7. You can just take it, yep.
That was actually a winning rook and
Yep.
knight versus rook position. It's 6.5 all, and Sam is on a streak here.
I've never seen that actually with that mate there. Now, vicious stuff. Very good. Let's go. Come on, Sam. He's up. Feeling good. At least he got the two back. Now we're back to an even match. 6.5 minutes left.
He's looking to blockade with knight d3.
That was a crazy win. Crazy win. Crazy win. I can take on e5, then play f4, but he chose f4 first.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, knight b4 is definitely strong here. I like the way that Sam's playing so far.
Playing, so the same knight g5 is incoming. There it is with h4. I want to play knight g5, take, and put a rook on h1. Plays h5 instead. g4, there it is. Take, g5.
And white kind of wants to transfer the king, I think. The king is sort of on the wrong side of the board. h6 is hanging.
Will he take it? He does. Yeah, every game has been like this. Like, there's just been no blowout games. Even match.
They really have a similar style as well. That's what's making these games feel so even.
That's true. Like a similar style here. Sam's a little bit more aggressive, I would say.
I think we're missing some moves here because.
Sam is.
Oh, even Sam.
He's like, what? Whoa, yo! I made a move. Yeah, something's going on.
He is wondering. He definitely got disconnected. There's no doubt about it.
Oh my goodness, that is not good. With 6 seconds on the clock. Oh yeah, I don't know if he'll get that time.
He only needs to take the rook, but that's a very difficult task.
I'm not sure what happened there. Visibly frustrated to lose a game in this manner is not fun.
I mean, you can't be happy about that. He clearly, I wonder if he's going to ask something or get a clarification before the next game, because it felt like he disconnected there. So I imagine you would be able to, confirm things before you start up again, but he's right back into it. He's down 1. And I feel like we've been so locked in on this game, we haven't even realized the time elapsing. There's 4 minutes left.
Coffee's In says, wireless mouse battery problem. See, that's why, Amon, you need make sure your wireless mouse is good to go over there at the Chess Bra Pad. Make sure you got extra batteries because we're rooting for you.
Hey, I'm telling you, it's been flawless so far.
It's been flawless. Well, rook takes f6. Wait a second here. What? Okay, there it is. He takes. This is incredible. Wow. Oh, that's nasty.
And he takes this?
Oh my goodness. He takes the bishop, but then you have the passed pawn. I think you take on e4. He could have played queen g. Oh yeah, he played queen g4 to stop rook d1.
And rook d1 is covered by the queen. Incredible. So I think queen g4 was the only move there, by the way.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Amazing. Queen c5? That looks correct.
That is incredible.
Sam just played a very accurate sequence there. I'm very impressed.
Absolutely. Queen c4 is really strong.
So I think what we need to see by white is like a3, b3, a4, and just start running the pawn.
Do not let a double happen. Okay. He
rook
successfully done
c6.
that.
Take the pawn from behind. Beautiful. But does he have enough time? Dennis is already pre-moving. Oh, he's disconnected again for sure.
Oh yeah, something's going on. Oh
no,
yeah.
But there was something up in the previous game. They went right back into it, and I mean, the rematch is just on here, but it looks like he clearly can't see the screen. I believe we are, I mean, at this point, it's no surprise, right? This is something you have to immediately just pause the match clock and investigate. It's not just one game, it's 2 games. There's something going on here.
Which we are investigating on the back end. Things will be fixed. We need to make sure. that everything is in order there, as Sam is playing incredible, and that game should have been a draw. We'll see what happens there. Maybe there'll be 2 for the games. So,
and if I'm thinking back here, James, to the games where it did happen,
right.
I think it was an equal end game. That was the first one. Time also felt equal in that one, so that's particularly frustrating, right? Because it's not like, oh, ran out of time, but I was losing. It's like, nope, that was dead even on time. And then the game we just witnessed, he was putting on a masterclass on maneuvering, calculation, and I wasn't sure, James. What are your thoughts? Because he had maybe like 5-6 seconds to 10. He was low on time, but obviously he was up that queen. So you can't really say, oh, it was a guaranteed win, but also he had great chances.
That's true. And I think if you look at it from both sides, you just, the right thing to do is to abort the game from both games there and keep the score the same of where it was before the incidents happened. And then you just go from there. It's not the easiest, obviously, not the best way of doing things, or it's not likely what we want to do. Obviously, it's going to change how it looks with the aborted games too as well on the scoreboard and stuff. But at the same time, listen, just act like nothing happened, abort the games. It does suck. But this is how it happens on internet chess. This is different than over the board chess. Things happen. Obviously, the internet too as well. If your internet goes out, power
This
goes out.
is what I mean. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a difference between something happening, on the host side and something happening on your side. And obviously these competitors, they do have to ensure their own connection to the best of their ability. So it looks like he's probably just going to reboot, restart. It looks like we see Dennis probably being told, okay, take a break, because, Sam needs to probably reboot, and, we need time to look into things to decide where the issue was coming from. Because, undoing those 2 games for Dennis, he's probably thinking, well, it better be an issue with the host, because otherwise the guy's just disconnecting. I can't necessarily feel bad for that.
Yeah, and it's like, is it internet issues, the lag issues of the host? Like, what is, we get that fixed, of course, at the same time. Of course, with so many variables, it probably is best to see an abort of both games. But we will get, obviously, the ruling on that very soon here. In the meantime, chat, we're leaning on you. Let's see what you have to say in chat. What do you think happened, and who do you think is going to win, regardless of what happens? Who do you think is going to win this match? We still have a little bit of time left. It is ending towards the end, and we have more matches coming up. What are you looking forward to see as well today?
The other obvious thing is, if I'm Sam, I know something happened. Like, as a player, I think when your rhythm is off, right, James? Like, when something's up, not connected, whatever it is. So I feel like he noticed something the first game and should have maybe just addressed it then. But the second game started and then kind of dealt with the same issue at the end. It's like, I don't know what you do about the fact that both of them have happened. But what we're hearing is that the issue appears to be on Sam's side. So, he has restarted the computer, but they've looked into it. And, I wouldn't say we're at the finish line yet, because we're waiting for Sam to come back, finish looking into things. But it's looking like it is on Sam's side. And that does happen, right? As much as we want to say, look, it's possible that things are dropping on the host side here, Chess.com. Look, we got people sometimes coming in from hotels. Like, you never know. You got to maintain your own connection as well, James.
And as we have we have some things on the back end saying that the played out games will have to stand, guys. So played out games will have to stand, and the score will stay 6.5, 8.5 to Dennis's favor. What do you think of that ruling? And is Sam going to use this energy of what just happened here, whatever, if it's my internet? First off, I'm going to make a phone call, make sure my internet's good to go, and obviously come back with a vengeance here, especially with I don't know how much time was left there. Come on, before we ended, it was like under 4 minutes, maybe?
It was for sure under 4 minutes, meaning that, okay, look, if everything's standing and that's just the way that it has to be, you're coming back and you're frustrated. There's no doubt about it. Even if it's something that was on your end, there's just nothing more tilting than having that happen to you. If we forget about what the source of it is coming from, this is the Bullet Chess Championship. It's immensely frustrating to have it happen once, twice. When you had games that were going in your favor, it was a tense match, neck and neck, right? They were literally tied. So you just can't help but think back that that's the literal difference between them right now.
Yeah, stronger internet connection. Like, it's crazy. Like, internet is part of it in this day and time. Dennis is not rattled, obviously. Of course, he does not want to have to win in this way. He want to win in the chess portion, but it seems on our side, looks like we have Sam back to go. Hopefully he's in good spirits, or at least able to get over the hump there, regardless of what happens.
I wouldn't be in good spirits, you know.
Winking at the cameras, just going crazy. What is he talking about?
There's no way I'm in good spirits, and that's what I mean. It's you can just remove the source of the problem. The fact is, the guy's playing the Bullet Chess Championship, and he just had a couple games slip away from him from something that didn't feel like was the gameplay, was the chess, and that is just, as a player, especially at this high level, immensely frustrating.
Definitely, chat. What do you think? Let's hear your thoughts. No Chansey Chess Games, DCs, and his Cam doesn't make sense. Cam, how's the score? Before it happened, it was actually tied before this happened. Now, 2-game lead for Dennis.
Yep, it looks like they will stand. So 8.5, 6.5, and I'm wondering exactly, because remember the match clock got paused, so I'm wondering exactly where it's going to resume. But we were remembering something under 4 minutes seemed about where we were at. I thought it could have even been significantly less than that, but we'll see.
We will see. He can disconnecting on their end. Okay, chat. All right. Okay, I see it.
Might have to get our guy Sam a new jersey, James. Might have to be time. I get him a Toronto Maple Leafs jersey.
And you know what's crazy? As soon as he changed the jersey, this happened. Like, it literally, nothing happened the entire time. He changed the jersey up. You always had that favorite shirt or the lucky shirt or lucky pin or lucky whatever. He changes the jersey, and then this happens. Like, he's back and forth in games, and it's just different. More to the story, guys. Don't change your shirt ever. Just wear the same shirt every day. You know what I mean? That's what it means.
I don't know if I needed that life lesson today.
Just don't change your shirt, guys. Okay, listen.
I mean, as a player, I sympathize here with that feeling. And Dennis has done nothing wrong, right? So you don't take anything away from Dennis. He's just locked in playing his game. He doesn't know what's going on the other side. Maybe he thought, okay, guys, just taking a long think. We do have the games back up, and we'll see exactly where the match clock resumes. And yeah, I believe it was at that 4-minute mark, but they played out that one game. So it's at 2.5 minutes right now. And if Sam pulls this off, I mean, there's fist bumps all around, right? Like the emotions of this comeback would be crazy.
Absolutely, and much needed at the same time. I mean, it really is terrible to see with this time. Yeah, like maybe 3 or 4 more minutes on the clock. Okay, cool, play it out. See what happens here with 2 minutes. These are really must-win situations. Best opening choice to use, though, was King's End in here. Very nice.
Yeah, I think what he can do is he could probably draw, but unfortunately, I don't think he could lose. He couldn't afford to lose.
Correct. Yeah, which he does have some chances. B7 falls. Knight to C5 hits queen. Queen moves away. How do I attack is the question. Very nice knight on B3. A3 is falling. He's going to try to use the A pawn.
He's got 2 pieces for the rook here, right? He's got the 2 knights. They're very, very tricky, but these pieces, they look like they're going to drop off. Something is wrong there. Knight E8? Knight E8. He gets out of it.
Knight E8. A3 is falling. Bishop F5. Oh, but A4 falls.
Okay, but he's down 20 seconds. I mean, this is not even close.
Head shake from Sam as well.
Yeah, you just got to try to pre-move this out, but oh man, this is not the spot you want to be in.
Unfortunate circumstances for Sam today. It was not the chess. We will say that for this 2-game lead now going on to 3.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do here. And with a minute left at this point, it doesn't matter the result of the next game because it's 9.5 to 6.5, right? Even if this next game goes in his favor, he's going to bring it up to 7.5 at the most, and that will be that. Although I wonder what's the discussion here.
Oh, game didn't start there.
At least at this point, truly nothing. You're not going to win in 30 seconds and then start another game.
Yeah,
sadly,
it's not possible. It's actually, sadly, play some pre-moves, be able to checkmate. Not likely though. This should be 3 takes. Yeah, I mean, this was over chat. Unfortunate, guys. Unfortunate chat. Dennis fans are obviously happy still, but Sam, you can obviously feel for him for whatever happened in that situation of events. At the end of the day, chess still goes on, and we have more matches here, and Dennis will move on regardless.
Yeah, and I'm always in a tough spot just as an individual, James, when you see stuff like this happen. While I definitely feel for Sam, I also, want to be mindful not to take anything away from Dennis. They were neck and neck, meaning, they both were playing like they deserved it.
Yeah, absolutely. They did. Unfortunate events, but hey, it happens. And we just kind of learn from it, guys. Move on. Sucks. It's just the reality. Check. And games are kind of over. Chat, what do you feel? How you feeling out there, chat? Well, we do have some more games, right? You got Danya, Alireza, some Nihal in there.
He's going to resign that one. That is the end of the match. Kind of an abrupt conclusion and definitely disappointing for Sam, especially just to have that happen near the end of the match. But as I said, let's make sure to, recognize that Dennis played a tremendous match there himself. And the games that, were put in front of him, he came away with the victory in the important matches.
That is correct. It'll be a different situation if Dennis was maybe down 5 games or 6 games. In fact, no, it was neck and neck for majority of the match there. And Dennis moves on. I mean, obviously, it could have been Dennis or Sam. It was that close, but Dennis was able to make it through here into the losers semifinal, awaiting Nihal or Bortnik over there. To see kind of what happens in that one too. As well. What do you think is going to happen next here, Ahmad, after everything?
Yeah, I mean, we got a follow-up losers quarterfinal, another 30-minute match. Nihal Sarin against Alexander Bortnik, and Bortnik impressed, right? You look at that losers round 3 score against Jeffrey Xiong. He absolutely impressed, and up against Nihal is going to be a completely different beast. Nihal, definitely one of the front runners, the favorites in the event. I think he's probably the slight favorite against Bortnik, but I'm very curious to see how their speed will match up, because we know how fast Bortnik is, but I've said time and time again, Nihal is one of the fastest, but he plays so quick in a way that you don't feel he's playing quick. He kind of lulls you to sleep, and then you check the clock, you're down by 20 seconds.
Yeah, Danya says it's the best. When I saw him playing Nihal on stream, he was like, yeah, we need to get a mouse cam. And I was like, wow, it just lets you know how Danya felt about that too as well, how fast he moves here. But we do have that match coming up, so make sure you guys are here for that one. And we still even have a bigger match ahead too as well. All the matches matter, and of course you need to be here for those. At the same time, here we go, guys. Listen, you know what else is coming up? The Vegas matches, the freestyle chess. I know you want to be there. Of course, tickets are officially on sale for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Las Vegas. It's from July 16th to the 20th, and your favorite grandmasters, including Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Fabiano Caruana, will battle for the title, and you can be there live. To get your tickets before they sell out, use exclamation point TIX, TIX, in chat. All right, guys, we need your predictions. What do you think is going to happen next in these next matchups here with Nihal Sarin versus Alexander Bortnik? Who is your choice? Who is your pick? We want to see it in chat. We'll see you in the future.
This July, the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour arrives in Las Vegas. In a city built on noise, lights, and thrill, the world's sharpest minds meet in silent battle. Before the Grand Slam begins, the city heats up with the Chestival, a unique crossover where chess meets culture and competition, co-organized by former NBA star Derrick Rose and Freestyle Chess.
Chestival 2025, where basketball meets chess.
But when the lights dim and the boards are reset, it's time for the Grand Slam to begin. Magnus Carlsen enters as the man to beat. But Las Vegas is different. Under the lights of a city that lives for risk, can he do it again?
I'm really looking forward to the Vegas event. It's going to be exciting, so I'm really happy just to be playing.
Hosted at the famous Wynn, the tournament unfolds in one of the city's most luxurious and iconic venues. Every game is unpredictable. Every moment counts. And this time, the fans are in the room. Only 300 tickets available per day. Every round, every move, every heartbeat, life. Be there when the world's best collide.
See you in Vegas.
Honestly, just playing Bullet is the best way to train. I mean, you can do like short tactics, but even short tactics you should usually spend like 5-10 seconds on. In Bullet, you have to move in 1-2 seconds. So just playing, getting used to the mouse, and that's what I've been trying this week.
Honestly, not too much. Just play a good amount of Bullet leading up to the event to not be rusty, but nothing too special. Just some warm up.
Well, I play Bullet games. Like, that's the only thing I do, to be honest, just to get used to it. Yeah, and getting this reaction time, yeah, proper, hopefully. Yeah, I don't prepare any special openings or anything, because it's just, for me, it's like always the matter, you know, like, of a moment, yeah. If I feel like playing d4, I play d4. If I feel like playing e4, I play e4, you know. There are many openings, and of course in Bullets, like, people are more likely to play in dubious lines, so, and you can't remember like an entire theory in your head, unfortunately. Yeah, so it's like inspiration, like, over the moment for me, and yeah, just playing a lot of Bullets games basically.
Nothing special. I just play games, and I just try to play. Like yesterday, I played quite a lot of games, and today also I'm trying to play a bit. Just, yeah, nothing special. I think it's always good to get used to a format and try to not be surprised with the sudden change. So.
Do you think online chess could ever be as prestigious as classical chess?
No.
True.
Do you think women are inherently worse at chess than men?
No.
True.
Do you think you can ever become an international master?
Yes.
True.
Do you think it's moral to clickbait female titles as open titles?
Yes.
Also true.
Why?
I do it all the time, and probably maybe it's just also like a culture thing. For instance, in Russian, when people like talk about my title, they always say grandmaster. They never call me women's grandmaster.
Are you proud of your title, although it's a female title?
Yes, I am.
True.
Question, should I be? I like Alex's point on that she does not want to have it near her name and would prefer not going for it, and it's limiting. That's what Judy Polgar says. I agree with that. But again, my motivation in chess is competition, and pursuing a title that is achievable, that is an achievable goal, was one of the reasons why I stayed with it. So I want to embrace it as well.
Do you think Anna Kramling is more talented at chess than Alex and I?
Absolutely not.
True.
Do you think Anna Kramling's more talented at chess than I am?
Absolutely not.
True.
Wow.
I genuinely think that with the amount of time that chess has been a part of Anna's life compared to yours, had she had a better talent than you, she would have gone far
further.
Far further.
Do you think I should continue playing competitive chess?
Absolutely. I think you have a very huge talent for it, and like everything you've done in your life, you only need to want to achieve something and you can do it. But if you were as dedicated to chess as you were, for example, for 1 month for your boxing fight with Michelle, had you spent like at least 1 month training chess, you would have like easily gain 200-300 rating points.
I think we'd get so beefy chess elo.
Yeah, it just sucks that we don't enjoy it.
We want to show you some special and fun moments from your career and have you reacting to those videos.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, this tournament means a lot for me. Also, I learned some from my opponent. I feel she is really has some fighting experience and plays nice.
Every time after the game, we do this kind of stuff. Like she says something, maybe I just think about something funny during the game. I just can't hide my emotion. I want to laugh and yeah, something
It's
like.
difficult to hold in.
Yeah, I think she's better than me, kind of this stuff, because maybe after interview and she will ha 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 something like that.
So excited every single day because if there's many draws in classical, we always get a lot of Armageddon. There were also many days with lots of decisive games in classical. Super exciting to see. And today, I think this is the peak of how this format is delivering.
Yeah, actually, now I remember what happened because she told me some jokes, and when we sit there and we know and what she talk to me, and we just can't hide our emotion because she talked some like really funny jokes, like some like on the rest day, and when I saw her face and I just think about that jokes and I just can't become like a normal person.
Hey, my name is Sevian and we're about to try the sequence memory test. So, here we go.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, I think now getting a bit challenging. I have a feeling that I'll soon go down. I went unlucky.
I have not done this before, so it will be interesting. Okay. Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
I haven't done this in a while, but we'll see how I do, starting with sequence memory.
Welcome back to the Bullet Chess Championship. Of course, the next losers round 3 matchup, Michal Sarin, Alexander Bortnik, and in front of you is the head-to-head. Now, Nihal with the lead on this one. I think 221 wins should mean he is actually the one leading this matchup here. But I would say that Nihal is probably the favorite, not just based on this, but going in, he holds the higher ratings, and we can see the two players on camera here. But let's talk about experience. Alexander Bortnik, he's played so many games when it comes to Chess.com, and I just can't believe that Nihal is even matching him. He's coming close. 22,000 games for Nihal. Personally, I would have never expected that, because Bortnik at pretty much 30,000 games, I thought he would be miles ahead. I mean, Nihal, I don't think of as the player who plays on Chess.com as much as Bortnik, or even close. So I am surprised by that, and I think he's matching the experience level that Bortnik is bringing to the table. Let's take a look at these players on cams. I mean, look at Bortnik here. He's kind of laughing. I'm assuming he's streaming. Otherwise, this is a personal message for everyone in chat there. He seems to be in great spirits, and Nihal's locked in. What do you guys in chat think? Is it okay? Nihal goes in to a huge yawn there. Do you guys think, as the games are underway, that it's better to play your first match and be honestly, a little bit cold, not warmed up, or to have played a match earlier like Bortnik, and then you're a little bit warmed up when it comes to that? I think that for me, I would want to be warmed up. James, what do you think, man? Would you rather be warmed up? You've already played a match, or do you think first game of the day, that's all right? You don't want to be tired yet.
I'd rather be warmed up. In fact, you get those games in, so you get the jitters out. It's a lot on the line, even though it is, it's less psychological, but it's bullet chess. But you warmed up. It's important to warm up. They do it in all professional sports as well. And chess is literally no different. You want to be warmed up in here. And Bortnik has been locked in first game.
Yeah, I'm really interested to compare the speed between the players as well, because that's really going to determine everything. It's not just who's faster, but who's faster in this match, right? And style plays into the matchup as well. This is looking a real bad position here for Bortnik. I mean, look at the pawns in the center. He's going to lose the exchange as well.
Yeah, he's going to take there. What's the time situation? Down time 2. Yeah, just clearly looks like Nihal's game. Obviously, Bortnik is warmed up. Nihal may be a little bit fresher here. But of course, it is the first game.
Yeah, I think at some point, okay, I was going to say F5, King F4, Rook G8. Black's getting some activity here. Hold on a second. The knight is an extremely difficult piece to deal with when it comes to a time scramble.
Takes. Hard to make any breaks, though, for Black. Okay, that's a nice move. Yeah, King just walks up the side of the board. Don't hang the rook. And push. There it is. We'll sacrifice. Rook takes F2 at the right moment. Rook H2, rook anything.
And tons of time here for Nihal. He's making another queen. This has to be enough.
2 queens, 2 seconds. For Bortnik, of course, he's going to pre-move everything out much as he can without being mated, but it's unfortunate. Nihal with the win.
And a nice win there for Nihal. Grabs the first one. We're still in the losers quarterfinals here. So 30 minutes on the match clock, top left of your screen.
This is a Belgrade Gambit stuff. So did not accept. Takes. Rook D8. Cancels all logical stuff. Take on F3. Damage the structure. Knight comes around to F4 is the plan.
And James, I know you're always calling out to the chat, right? You're always saying, get your votes in. Well, the votes came in, and they came in 50-50. Literally,
that's the first
50-50 on who is going to win this match. I don't think I've seen one of those before.
I've never seen that. We got Nihal fans. We have Bortnik fans.
He's not connected. Hold on a second.
Oh.
Right? Because why is he... Well, first of all, why is he sitting here not moving? And second of all, he's got that frustrated look. As a player, I can say, I know that look. I know that look. I mean, here he makes a move, but 30 seconds have gone by.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's tough. Whoa. What just happened?
I imagine once again.
What happened, bro? What happened, Aman?
Once again, we got to look into this. But I wonder if we're going to play the next game or not. Like what's the procedure if the next one just begins?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy there. I mean, was that?
Bishop.
Yeah,
Bishop
F8.
F8. I mean, that's just
second.
the way he's going to win. But I gotta say, Nihal's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive to even make that close. And are they just going to start the next game? It looks like they will.
No issues, apparently. Okay. All right. Everything seems to be good so far. Nihal with the knight f3, b3 setup. I like to set up a lot with white. Play knight h4, take the bishop, and we end up playing sort of a Catalan type setup as we see on the board so far.
Okay. Knight on e5 looking very, very, very good here, going to c4, but huge issues on the d-pawn.
Okay. What we see on the back end, it seems to be maybe an issue on Nihal's side, but difficult to.
Well, I think the real test, right, is, does it happen this game? Like, does it happen again?
Right.
So could have been sort of a one-off thing.
All right.
Because he jumped back into the game, and I was saying, like, in the match that we just saw, I was like, I don't know if I'd jump right back into the game, but let's see how it plays out here. Everything looking great right now, right? Because we got a huge time advantage for Nihal.
Huge time advantage, crisp game, feeling good. Putting Bortnik under some pressure here. We should take on a5. H5, awesome. Trying to open up the H file. Even the light squares, just period here. Again, we have 50-50. First time we've ever seen this in any type of a match here, with 50-50 being who they think will win here. They want Bortnik and Nihal to be winners.
Now, a 50-50 start to this match, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's where it's going to end up. Queen to d1, he's trying to keep the pieces on the board. Oh, bishop f7, that's a nice trick, but obviously Bortnik, with 3 seconds to 20, like, he just didn't have time.
Yeah, very nice. Nihal striking.
Interesting. He goes for this bishop f7 move, something he feels confident doing in bullet. But hang on, knight escaping to c7. What's happening here?
Generally, that's not supposed to happen there, where now, black not getting everything we wanted here. These are hard to play from black side, in fact. It really is, because white just gets some vicious pressure after sacrificing and being it's just a very aggressive game, very aggressive line. You got to know the ins and outs of it from the Philidor side. With that bishop takes f7, sacrifice, 96, 97, you take, you got the knight out. But it's bullet. See what happens.
It's bullet. You don't always have to play moves that completely work in bullet. That's the idea. But this is a really interesting imbalance. In bullet chess, give me the 3 pieces. Honestly, maybe in classical chess, you give me the 3 pieces as well. But look at these 2 bishops, the knight. He's actually got 3 pieces for 2 rooks. Kind of unusual.
Okay. Queen hanging, queen back to c2. Probably bring a rook to the file there. b3 maybe. He plays queen g6. He wants to get a rook over to the second rank. Doubling of the rooks. Put something on a back rank. He might sack on f6. Not now, though.
h4. Oh, that's a huge blunder. Rook e8. That's a mistake that he's going to regret. Rook takes d5. Yep, he's just going to resign that. And it's 2-2 right now. The tactics have been flying back and forth. And you know what? White has won every single game of the match so far, James.
Oh, man, something's got to be done about that. What do we do with the black pieces here? Whoever strikes with the black pieces here could have that slight edge. And you've got to figure out what opening. What did I do? How can I do it? Will we repeat that again if we're able to win with the black pieces to try to stop this pattern of white winning every single game? Bishop a1.
Knight c3 is not a threat, but you're definitely keeping an eye on it. That square, if that knight on c4 ever moves.
e5, interesting move, actually. It wants knight to c6.
e5, knight c6. You called it. He's got to give up the bishop, James. That's a move you never feel good playing, right?
Yeah, not a fan of it. Wow, but what a move with knight to c3 anyway, highlighting the fact that c4 is hanging.
Yep.
c4 is hanging. Takes. He also has c3. You can take the the queen there. Chose to take with the rook. C4 is hanging once again. Maybe rook to D4.
And I think he played rook takes because he was expecting rook takes the knight, and then Bortnik switched it up. He grabbed the bishop instead. Very clever.
What? Oh yeah, he just hung a piece here. But what was the move instead? Is the question.
Yeah, I don't. It would have had to been something pretty sneaky because his rook was hanging and the knight was hanging.
Yeah, he had. I think rook D3 only move. Hit the knight. That's wild stuff here. But Bortnik up a piece, back and forth, as we've seen in the Sevian versus Daniel Naroditsky match.
Queen E2 is a big threat. Knight takes E4. Yeah, this is going to be over here. Queen F3 is coming. This will lead to some kind of a mate.
Has to do everything with check here.
Hey,
what?
Watch out for Queen F8 mate.
He defends.
Hold on a second.
Wait. Oh yeah.
3.7 seconds. He's got checkmate on the board though. Oh my goodness.
Not enough. Boy, wow. Nihal so fast.
He's so fast, but it's not enough. Goodness. What we just witnessed there, I can't even, there's not enough time to show. That was some of the most elite bullet skills. What he did was he sacked his queen, Bortnik, or Nihal rather. And it's unbelievable how that happened.
He had to save it. He threw in all the engine checks and engine moves just to run the clock down, and it worked.
So hang on a sec. The reason why I confused myself at the end, I think the colors are wrong.
Oh,
are they not? Nihal just played white there.
Oh yeah, and gave up everything. So let's get a flip here.
Oh, Bortnik is white now. Sorry, that might be on me.
Yeah, black.
That might be on me. I think I had things backwards. Sorry to confuse everyone, including myself. We're good now. I was just trying to make sure I gave the right person credit for that insane Queen G5 move. Yeah. I was trying to, make sure to hand out the right credit there because I was so impressed by that decision to sack the queen and continue the game. So I thought it was force mate.
So much speed there, as of course we know. And you talked about this before, as Nihal being just incredibly fast. We all hear this all the time. About his speed, but also Bortnik's speed too as well. Evenly matched so far. We had 18 minutes already. See a slight shuffle there, and we won't take a draw here. Probably Knight takes.
Yeah, you can't take a draw. They don't make those in bullet, right?
Yeah, of course, right. Takes with check. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Bishop C7. Black's just up.
2 bishops. They can do some damage here.
And with a pass pawn, maybe create potential. A5.
Look, I might actually prefer the white pieces here. So, bishop G1 is tricky, but yeah, start pushing the A pawn.
Bishop G1, A5, bishop B back to B6. There it is. Bishop
I
D5
think white's preferred here. This is a much easier position for white to play in bullet.
Anchor and push. Anchor and push. Anchor the bishops. Push the pawn. B pawn, B5. B4, B5, A6. That's all he wants. Black's doing the same thing. There it is. He gets the queen off. Yeah, probably draw.
And white with huge winning chances here. Bortnik is not going to mess this one up. He's got more time. All he needs to do is move.
Oh, man. What wins on time?
It's funny.
Classic flag.
I saw that he won the game and moves were still happening on the board.
Yeah, he flags.
That's when the ref comes in. He's like, I've seen enough. Everyone's pre-moving. It's all good. We'll just adjudicate that win.
Game is over. Try again.
Hey, as a bullet player, I got no problem at all with a flag like that. Unless it's happening to me, then it's awful, terrible for our game.
Yeah, guys, flag is a part of the game. You have to remember that with the clock. All right, let me check chat. Let's see what chat talking about. Chat, who do you have? What are you looking like? What are you looking like? What is chess? What kind of chess is this? It's part of the game, okay? It's part of it, right? It's part of it. You can win
B7.
by doing it.
Oof. Nasty.
Oh, yeah.
F7 is X-rayed here. A right angle triangle.
Bishop F2. Jeez. Yeah, you can't even go Bishop F2. He's going to try some Rook B1 stuff, but I can always play Knight F1. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, it's defended. Now, it's not the end of the world because rook b1 is happening, but white is now going to launch an attack himself with queen e8. Yeah. King f6, you have queen h8.
Ooh, beautiful. Takes the bishop and king to g2 over to f3. He's trying e4 to lock him in. I see that. All the bullet tricks, man. Like, it's beautiful to see. Beautiful to see. E4 is mate. But queen of 7
That's
is
funny.
mate.
Yeah, he was trying to set up a mate. A mate ended up happening pretty much to him in a couple moves there.
There we go. Jar Jar Binks London. Knight b5 variation. a4. The new stuff. Oh, okay. This is fine. It's all good. It's all theory. It's all theory. The newer lines is after a4, a6, you go knight a3, b4, a5, and then you bring the knight around from b1 to d2, knight f3, bishop d3 castles. It's pretty nice. It's an easier way to play than some of these lines now that have been already analyzed.
Absolutely. f6, bishop back to g3. Opposite bishops. Obviously, you look at them and you think, okay, draw, draw, draw. But the first thing I do, James, when I see a position with opposite bishops and bullet is I look at the clock. Because immediately whoever's up on time, I think they have much better chances.
E3 hanging?
Yeah, was hanging there. He seemed to be bothered by queen e7, so he kind of played rook e8. Uh-oh. Time is kind of evening back up here. Look at this. Bortnik is now a bit better, but it cost him like 10 seconds.
Which is an eternity in bullet here, and he's winning some material. Strong move there. Can I do anything, says Bortnik. Queen e7, that's what he tries. He might try for h5, h6. h5, king f1 takes, h5, h6. Hopefully trying to be able to take on g7 and force a perpetual.
And all of a sudden, the coordination for Bortnik is amazing. You might start to see like h5 ideas.
Absolutely.
Bishop takes f3. Such a great move. Knight d8.
Ugh, knight f7 mate. h5 check. Bring the king out.
Yeah.
King h7.
I mean, knight g5 just doesn't cut it.
Not enough.
He's got 5 seconds, but wait. Nihal's not moving. Oh, okay, never mind. We did have some moves in there.
It's Flag City. He hangs the rook. Oh my goodness, that's a hurt. That's going to be painful. Who flags who? Oh, he gets it. He gets it. Nihal, Sarin. It's
Nihal, the emphatic head movement at the end. That meant a lot. He takes the lead in this match. Nihal's been surging here. He won the last couple of games in a row, and he's got a pretty good burst of momentum right now.
Momentum can go a long way, especially in bullet. As we know, it's a streaky game. f4. This looks really nice for white. Love these type of positions. Kali type. Of course, now e4 is hanging. Bishop b5 is very nice and correct. e4 is quite weak. Not anymore.
He heard you. He said f5. Let me support that. And now I'm concerned about this d pawn. You have to play bishop c7. You got to defend that pawn. c4 to undermine it, but now the d pawn, is it isolated or is it a pass pawn, James? Which one do you believe?
In fact, chat has actually, I see, it says, what's the most important in bullet chess? You guys say good instincts. Wow, 60% in chat says good instincts. Now we got to go to chat. What's your bullet high? We'll go with the bullet high, not your current. What's your bullet high? Mine's is like 3,200. That's ridiculous. I'm at 28 something. What are you guys at on the high? High for good instincts. I believe in you, chat. What's your highest bullet rating?
We see no move here from Nihal. He's kind of frozen because he doesn't know how to push that pawn, and I can understand it. Bortnik has every single piece hitting g2 here, but queen d5 covers. Look at the geometry here.
Nice geom there. G6, everything. What is going on here? I just got an extra rook. This is easy.
Yeah, it should be. You got to watch out for that h5 move, but he's played rook a4, very clever, and honestly, pure accuracy here from Bortnik. And I think if he doesn't win this, he'll be pretty upset with himself. And with the king on the side of the board, it's all but guaranteed.
And evened up. Wow, as we are, just kind of enjoying the games. Shoot, the time is just flying by. We got another Joe Baba London here. 95, G4, G5, very fast here. H4, H5 instead. Queen F3, Castle Queenside. I mean, you can see how fun this opening is, right, guys? This is why we love to play this so much.
Ooh, pawn takes. Interesting. Yeah, pawn takes and bishop to D3, threatening bishop H7, which is why we saw King F8. That was not a mouse slip. That was a real move.
Real move. Rook E1, he plays.
It's all tied up.
We're on the D4. Really strong, but Nihal defending viciously. Very good defense here. I want to get F4, F5 in, so bishop C1, maybe bishop H2, bishop something. Not taking
right. Bishop on D4, pawn C3. That could be a nice arrangement. And just a huge blunder there from Nia. He can't believe it. That's uncharacteristic. He'll take that free rook. Thank you very much. Bortnik takes the lead 5.5, 4.5.
5.5, 4.5. 1 game lead here, just under 11 minutes left in the match. All right, guys. Yeah, chat. We're going back to you. Who do you have? Are you a Bortnik fan?
This.
Nihal Sarin. Remember, it's 50-50 so far in the poll on who you liking. Do you still like Bortnik or do you still like Nihal? 50-50 so far.
There could be huge problems here. You almost have to play E4 or something. Oh, G3. This does not look right. Queen to H3 with knight G4. I really like that.
There's also rook D4 and then bishop D2. Nasty stuff.
And especially now. Yeah, it makes more sense. I love it.
Rook D4 and now bishop D2, knight F3, anything. Doesn't matter here. He says he's going to win. Wow. Bortnik with the nasty
tactics are flying. That was beautiful from Bortnik, as now things have shifted. You know, it's been what, 1, 2, 3 games in a row for Alexander Bortnik, and he's taken the lead. He's up by 2 right now. There's less than 10 minutes left.
Still go G4 in these lines. He takes with the bishop here. Bishop back to H2. F5. Nice move from Nihal there. Controlling the E4 square quite well.
I'm wondering whether we're going to see the move G5. After A4, I think B4. Nihal has the much better position.
I agree.
Will we see G5? Not quite. Feels like that's a move that needs to happen, but not on the board just yet. White's going to reroute the bishop, maybe. Bishop E2.
There was a G5 move. A lot of pressure. B4 hangs. That's not going to be good for Nihal there. Now we trade on B5. We have a pass A.
Yeah, he really wants to keep the light squares here. I can understand it, to be honest. Queen H5 he might try. Just
there it is.
Plop the queen over there.
It's the rook. Any tactics? Nothing. F3 doesn't work yet. Knight G3.
C4 and knight takes C4. I mean, now you've got some open lines, right? You can put the knight back, maybe try to switch to the C file, and then go to C7.
That is a very good plan. Double the rooks on the C file now. He's going right for that. Takes. Rook C. Yep. And he hit 92 check. We would run away.
Oh, what's rook going on here?
Ooh, that's a
rook H8, move. Knight F6. It wasn't even a good move.
It looked good, but it was not, unfortunately. Nihal finds the response. Knight F6.
That's incredible.
Check. Pick up the bishop.
He has 3.9 seconds. Knight G4 missed because he was pre-moving. He's trying to take on G5, trade everything. Oh, Knight G4 is checkmate.
Oh, hurts the pain. Oh my goodness. You can see it in his face there, hand over the face, frustration. Knight G4, mate.
James, he did that on purpose. Nihal saw that he could trade queens, but that all his pawns would get captured, and he really wanted to win that game because of how low on time Bortnik was. But do not let that tempt you, right? Bortnik low on time does not mean that he's not up to something.
Oh, man. That was very, very scary there. Those checks, captures, and threats, especially the backward knight moves, are always some of the hardest. Knight G4 was check and mate on the move there. Tough stuff there. Table slam in chat there. I forgot we had that email. I'm going to use it as well. That table slam is very likely. Very, very characteristic of what just happened there.
And what are we talking about here? This game also looks like it should be over. And did he just hit him right back with the tactic? Bishop D5. Everybody, I think almost every rook in this game has been lost. Everybody lost all the rooks.
No more rooks. He has no rooks. Takes. How do I get the black bishop involved here? It's like, mate, but I can't figure out a way. Bishop on
And that
A8
white
is
bishop
such a
on
danger.
A8. I know, it's just like watching over everything.
Like, wow, what a piece.
Advantage for Nihal here. And also, look at the time. I didn't even realize that's what we were dealing with here.
Yeah, he actually really put the pedal to the metal in this game. Super fast. It was so much time against Bortnik. Very rare.
Knight c4 is a totally acceptable move here, even though it trades into an opposite bishop position, which should be, shouldn't be good. You can definitely play it because you're gonna flag.
Yeah, there it is. Knight c7. Moving the knight around. This is the piece to have in the time scrambles always. Oh,
that was a sequence of moves that he did not predict correctly, and Nihal, very clever with knight b6 instead of the expected knight c7, gets a win, brings it back within 2, and there's 5 minutes left.
A modern type position that, yeah, these are fun. Queen f3 wins on the spot. Oh my goodness, caught him with the opening traps. Already in trouble.
And this isn't just any opening trap. This is a full rook. Like I've fallen into an opening trap. You get maybe double pawns. You get a bad position, lose a pawn, lose a piece at the most. A rook, that hurts.
Yeah, that one's going to hurt, especially after having a very nice game to finish off. To lose so quickly like that, always not the most fun at all.
And that queen on a8, a7 is not getting trapped. There's no way. So this is just advantage for Bortnik. He's going to open it up to 8.5 if he can close this game out. It's looking good so far.
G3 making things difficult as much as he can. Bishop takes f2. I'm going to get a castle here. Maybe not. I do want to still go h5, but the castles is just for best. I'm still up that material.
He moved the queen because I think he didn't want knight d6 to happen. And yeah, you can't trade these queens, but it's so tough to avoid.
4 minutes left here, chat. Are we still shooting for Nihal, or are we wanting Bortnik? Bortnik up 2 games here. About to be a third, but it's still maybe slightly possible for Nihal to be able to bounce back. Make a tiebreak at least.
I like what he's done here. He can take that pawn. Yeah, knight d3, knight f5. Every piece getting involved. Yeah, he's done such a great job. Look at this position. It's impenetrable. The king is coming in as well.
Incredibly fast. Up 5 seconds here. It's not over yet. He's just taking all the pieces, but 8 seconds he resigns.
Yeah, he realizes that's over, and there's no point in continuing. So Bortnik opens up that 3-point lead. There's 3 minutes left, which means most likely we have time for this game and one more. And based on the deficit, who has to win it? It's Nihal Sarin. He has to win to get to 6.5 and start that next game, which will likely be the last one.
Yeah, so making a tiebreak, this is like a must-win here, so you can give him that chance to try to win with the black pieces. And fourth, tiebreak, 10 games of a tiebreak.
That's it, though. He has to win it. Even a draw is not sufficient because they've only got one more game possible with the time constraints.
Chat, does he have it in him? Does Nihal have it in him to win on demand? I mean,
knight to c4 here. Yeah, that knight is much better on that square. Ooh, how tempting is it to sack on e3? There's all sorts of things that could go there.
I was definitely looking at that. Like, I mean, sack first thing later, right? b5, queen c2, bishop c8. What do you guys think, guys? It says no. So, okay, Alexander, nice. We got Bortnik fans in the chat.
Nihal's up on time. This is a position he's been in before. He has to win here.
Yeah, he has to win. It's a win by 2 here, actually, Quasi. So even if he wins, he can force a. So if Bortnik's up 1, it will be a tiebreak. That's the rules here with a win by 2. You have to win by 2.
Queen e4. I like that. If you take, look at that. I mean, these guys are playing at a very, very high level here. Up 10 seconds.
It's going to be difficult to win this one, it seems. But wait, what's the time? Oh, yeah, he has that 10 piece.
Yeah, he has this on time. I'm looking at the match clock. Of course, they've got one more. If Bortnik pulls this out on time or doesn't lose this, I mean, you just have to be impressed. It's 5 point. Oh, geez.
Oh, what?
A lot of moves just happened right there.
Oh, 4 seconds. Willie flag him. 3 seconds. Moment of silence here.
Oh my goodness. Look at the tech. The problem is Nihal's spending so much time. And look, you gotta give it to him. He does it. He gets the win.
He does it. Look at him scream. Bortnik is feeling energy.
It's just incredible. It's just incredible. It really is. Being able to do that in a bullet game with time running out is remarkable because, first of all, he doesn't know exactly what result is needed, so he's playing for it all, and he's fist bumping after that because he just earned a win, not just a draw. It should have been a loss to start off.
That was, and in fact, Nihal Sarin is eliminated from the Bullet Chess Championship,
and that's pretty fair. You know, you gotta tip your hat to someone who is able to pull out a win in that position. And I think they've checked and seen that they do have to start one more game. Obviously, Nihal just expected rook d1 in that last game, thought he was capturing a rook, but he knows it doesn't matter. He knows there's no way for him to make this comeback in time.
He made it he made it this far. I mean, incredible for Nihal, obviously. Bortnik just breezing through the bracket, making it to a loser's semi or a loser's final.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, he's making a match against Nihal, who's an incredibly tough opponent, look like one that, you know, he's not concerned about. Like, he's got this nonchalant energy about him right now. He's in flow, and he's looking unstoppable, honestly, as he moves on in the loser's bracket.
5 or 6 games here. Incredible to see. Bortnik, very nice with the tactics here, was able to out-tactic. You know, that's a knight, but maybe not. Queen takes g4. There is rook takes f2, so rook d1. Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, you can sack there. Frustrating end for Nihal, who will win this game. Yeah, he's completely winning here, but obviously does not matter. The job's been done by Bortnik, and the match clock has expired, but maybe Bortnik doesn't quite know that, so may as well keep playing it on.
Bortnik strong. Bortnik strong. Well, all the Bortnik fans are raving. Nihal fans are sad as he is eliminated from the Bullet Chess Championship, but there is still more chess to be played, and congratulations to both players. Bortnik moves on. Look at him. Hype, feeling good, elated there. Congratulations to Bortnik.
You have to be happy if you're Alexander Bortnik. What an amazing match. He went on a win streak of 4 games in a row in the middle section there. That's what really set it apart. And then winning the 3 games at the end, right when Nihal was making it close. Truly a deserving winner there, taking out a very strong player in Nihal. Maybe being warmed up helped him out because, honestly, he made short work of both of his opponents today, and he's moving on in the bracket to the losers semi-final, where he will take on Denis Lazavik.
Take a look at that. Bortnik versus Denis Lazavik. Guys, who do you have in that one? My goodness, that one is another one that we're going to be looking at. But hey, guess what's coming up next, guys? Who knows? Oh, Alireza versus Danya. Did you guys forget that we had more chess? Who forgot? Well, we're going to remind you. Alireza versus Daniel Naroditsky is literally coming up next. Oh, yeah. Yeah, stick around for it. Okay, guys, it's time. Now, at the same time, we got mouse pads, too, to check out. Where's these mouse pads? Look, I got mine. You know, look at that. Did you get yours?
Okay.
You know, I got my mouse pad.
I like that. That's huge as well. Like, you can really lay that across the desk.
Yeah, I'm going to probably lay it across the bed, sleep with it. It's all nice and warm, guys. Get you a mouse pad. I got mine, so it's time to get yours, guys. Level up your office or your gaming space, or you can use it as a blanket as well with the Chess.com mouse pad. Whether you're looking for a surface that supports the mouse speed in bullet game or a desk accessory to match your aesthetic, we've got that sleek and stylish mouse pad just for you guys in 3 unique designs. Visit go.chess.com/mousepads or use !shop in chat to explore the collection. We need your predictions in chat because the big boy game is coming up. Of course, we got a winner's final, Alireza Firouzja versus Daniel Naroditsky coming up after this.
Wear your love of chess on your sleeve with all new apparel and accessories from the Chess.com merch store. Maybe you simply want a clock that will never run out, or a mousepad that will finally unlock your speed chess potential. Whether you play chess to get energized with your morning coffee, or play into the wee hours of the night and witness the occasional alien abduction, we've got something for every king, queen, and knight in shining armor. Even gift cards for your loved ones who've caught the chess bug. So check out the Chess.com shop for apparel, accessories, and more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
It's a mix for sure, but I would think accuracy is still... You still have to be quite accurate in 1-0. There is quite a bit of time, I think. Maybe 70-30 in favor of accuracy, let's say.
No, it's mostly about reaction time, of course. It's best if you can combine these two. Yeah, you can play like very great chess and get flagged in the end, so obviously being quick is like of utmost importance, I would say. Yeah, and that's what's I mean, the biggest difference, yeah, between Bullet and Blitz or some other time control, that here you don't have that many time and that much time, and yeah, you have to be fast.
Probably accuracy, but yeah, I mean, reaction time definitely helps with anticipating a lot of things.
Definitely reaction time. It's so short. If you spend time on one move, that might cost you.
Yeah.
I'll go for a safe bet, like a favorite chess piece. I think that's pretty easy.
Sounds good.
I think I already got it wrong. Let me take a look.
One second. How does this guy look like?
No, this is difficult. Okay, this I can try.
Okay.
I'm going to be artistic on this one. I think I'm gonna skip this.
Do one more. We have time. You can do one more.
This does not look like what it's supposed to look like.
The start was really good. I was thinking this is the best by far today, but then you kind of derailed at some point.
That was really, really bad.
Okay, there you go.
Amazing.
It's a rook, yeah.
That's a rook.
Yeah, brilliant information. Yeah, I thought you will think it's a knight or something, but
Oh my god, drawing is hard.
Are you drawing the map now or the chess piece?
The knight.
Ah, the knight. Okay, perfect.
That's the worst knight. And I say this is knight. You have to believe me.
Okay, this looks good. Should have been a door somewhere. Should have been a door, but now no door from this. Or maybe we can make a door here, yeah? So all of a sudden, impressive. Not really, and probably we should add some cat. But I'm not so sure my cat will be too nice. So let's live here.
I think we should keep this.
Yeah, we can keep it in the
like out of the frame. It's so bad.
I don't remember the first opening trap that I learned about, but I do remember the first classical tournament game that I played, which was also my first tournament game in general. Featured a trap that I sadly fell for. So it goes like this. This is called the Englund Gambit. It's a terrible opening, don't play it. And you go here. And the idea is to regain the pawn. At this point, I was 8.5. I'd never seen this opening before. And so I chose to defend the pawn with the bishop, which is an excellent move. Now comes the point. Black goes here with the queen. Now, if white blocks the check with the bishop, white is generally much better. Again, don't try this at home. I didn't do that. I went here with my queen. And now, sadly, once black takes this pawn, white is already lost. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I was just thinking, bring out the queen, don't move the same piece twice, etc. Evidently, I didn't think enough. And now the idea is that the rook is trapped, and if you go here, protecting the rook, just like in Harry Potter, the bishop comes out.
Once I make my move, the queen will take me. Then you're free to check the king.
And pins the queen, and if that isn't bad enough, white, trying not to lose both the queen and the rook, will probably try and go back with the bishop. Then you take the queen, you take with the bishop, protecting the rook, and this is a most embarrassing checkmate. So I don't remember exactly what I did. What I do know is that I lost this game swiftly, and I didn't fall for this trap again, and I hope you don't either.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is, and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
It's only a pawn. Give me the bishop. Yes. Tactics. No, it's on F1. Oh yes. Check. No. That's on G2. Yeah. I'm scrambled. Someone find the queen so I can promote it. It's on the 8 file. Somewhere it's made. Okay.
We are here with the final match of the day, guys. We are here with the winners final. I know you guys are excited and ecstatic. We need to know, who are you rooting for in chat? Alireza Firouzja or Daniel Naroditsky? I'm James Canty III. I'm here with Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Hey, bro, we got the big boy winners final matchup going on right now.
I know. It's time. Chat, brace yourselves. We finally have it. It's Alireza Firouzja, Daniel Naroditsky. We spoke to Danya yesterday. He was saying, look, people might be writing me off, but he's made it this far. He obviously knows that a matchup like this, people have him as the underdog, but how can you really call someone a significant underdog when they're just both so talented? And you know what, James? They've played against each other so many times. Now, this isn't even an understatement. Please take a look at this. How many games have they played against each other? It looks like over 6,000, James.
6,000 guys. Do you have anyone? You have to just think about that. Do you have anyone in your life, in your chess life, that you played 6,000 times? Okay, at this point, it is absolutely ridiculous. They just are used to each other. They know the strength, but I mean, very respectable score for Danya too, as well, especially from wins and loss ratio there. Yeah, that's nice. Danya came to play, and he is one of the best to do it here. As you see, they met in last year's losers final, where Firouzja won by 2 games. What do you think about that?
Incredible. I mean, it just goes to show, obviously, if a win by 2 margin is what you need to win, and that's the margin that you see there, it just shows how close these guys are in skill. I wonder if we're going to see, that early start, because both of them are coming in and they haven't played today, right? They're in the winners final, and the most exciting thing I think we can remind all the fans of both players is that this won't be the last that you see of either one of them, right? They'll be moving down to the losers bracket. Regardless, you're going to see more chess from both of them.
Which means they still have an extra life and can make it through. Of course, these two in the winners final, that is pretty scary. These two in the winners final, and then they have an extra life still? Whoa. Hey, man, this is a very, very, very strong tournament. Danya getting a bite to eat there. Before he gets into these games, he needs to have all the energy ready, as the games will start momentarily.
I think we're getting underway. Let's go. We are locked into the winners final here, and take note, top left of your screen, the match clock, James. It is a little bit longer, 45 minutes. All of the matches on the winner's side of the bracket now will be 45 minutes, because you know what? The stakes are incredibly high.
Of course, it is incredibly high, so we need more time for you guys to figure everything out here. Danya going for the King's Indian type of setup with the E5 version of the Roy Lopez here. Pretty topical. In fact, Danya has some OTB games with this. I believe.
Is Danya asleep here? This is an incredibly unrecognizable speed. He's down 20 seconds. Does he think he's playing blitz?
Also dark where he is too as well. He is a little slight handshake there, or hand slight movement, whatever's going on. I also see we have the prediction. 75% for Alireza. Wow. Chat's like, Alireza's got this one by 75%. Is that what you believe, chat?
I feel like Danya just had one of those moments where you just settle into a match, just beginning. You're kind of playing like, okay, got this, got that, but look at him now. Now he's playing bullet. Before, he was playing rapid chess or something. I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah, taking his time, where he doesn't have any effect. So this first game is likely to go to Firouzja.
Because this is completely different. This is the speed, and this is the type of game that I would be expecting from these two. And Daniel was just not it at the beginning. Oh, look at that.
The trickery. Still got it, though. Alireza with the win.
All right. Now let's see this next game here, because I think Danya's woken up, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. As we see the speed coming out. Got a Carol Khan here. Some type of pen off. Isolated pawn on d4. Knight moves around to d5, as we see here. Knight on e5. White is just trying to play aggressively. Black is trying to hold and use the iso pawn. Bishop h6, bishop h2.
Nice draw. Just to make sure you're on the board here. No one wants to be blanked with 0 points.
Ooh. Deferred element.
I like that. You know, just to make sure no one is going to hold me to 0 points.
Yeah, get that draw out the way. Okay, guys, get that draw out of the way. Bishop f4 takes, nice. Queen g4, that is a nice move, actually. Really wanted to create some problems, but now that pawn is gone, yeah, that was actually really nice move from Danya there.
Queen takes d5 is an idea here.
Question mark, but that's okay. H6, g3, maybe king g2. I can take a6. Should I? Queen a7, knight b4. Take. And Ricky 7.
There you go. d5 is captured. This actually worked out for Alireza.
Yeah,
he's right back in this.
It is annoying. Yeah. Danya there, 4-4.
Can you take it?
I
think you can, yeah.
And runs. Thanks for the freebie. All working games are drawn.
Okay, he pushes the pawns. And this should probably be a draw, but this is going to be very tricky. And remember, at some point, black can move the rook, and you have to make sure you take the pawn. And that can be very difficult to do.
Whoa. Oh, g5. Not the move. Somehow, a steal equal here. Somehow. What? Incredible with the double G pawns.
So this is definitely a draw, but I think what you're going to see, he just immediately, you see, he can't keep up with the threats at all times. Black can threaten to have the king too close, and there's just no way that you can cover it and know exactly what move he's going to do.
Not with the amount of time we have here. And we have a Jobava. Let's see how he responds. I know Alireza likes some Jobava games too as well. He has a famous game he's played against Daniel Dominguez there in the early c5, a6. Very nice game he won.
1.5 to 1.5. We got 40 more minutes. I mean, it feels like this is a treat at this point. We got that much more bullet chess between these two.
Yeah, 40 minutes. Still going, boys and girls. Danya, great in time sharing. Exactly. Just Alireza is going to smoke Danya. Go, Danya. I like to see it. I love to see the back and forth here, chat. Go with who you like. We have something. Which opening do you trust most in bullet? E4 or D4 standard stuff.
Rook takes C6, getting double question marked, but I gotta admit, I'm curious.
Oh, he's running away. King E6, he's gone.
E5 to run to E6 with the king. I would never have thought of that.
Yeah, I wonder how you could have stopped him. D5 might have been an option, but knight takes D5, so yeah. Queen E8 is out, knight B6, and takes, and black is in the driver's seat here with the king on E6. That's crazy, but the knight controls some very critical squares that are checks. Queen covers E7. Black's going to push through a G3
position. And white also can't really make an escape square easily. It's not going to happen.
Knight F6.
Oh my goodness, look, he's got everything covered. There's still no threats. Queen C1. E1. What a game. Tactically speaking, that was insane to follow.
E2 and GG. Okay, we got a knight Orff. Love to see it. Not familiar with this knight.
The B6 square for himself here. And he's going to hop right in, grab the bishop pair. And, it's not much in a bullet game, but small advantages go a long way.
Yeah, we got this knight Orff strategy here. Bring the knight around to F6 or C5 from the knight from the B8 square. I like it.
Okay, knight E4, and he's going to grab this pawn here, and he gets the bishop, let alone maybe taking on D5. This is concerning.
What do you like here, white or black? What do you like in these positions? Takes. You got the, okay, pawn's gone. I'm taking black.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but there's also some... there's some positions where white can get a good position just with that outside pass pawn. You're down material, but still, I mean, black's king is very exposed.
Especially with the bishop on D4. We could use this. There is just going to say that. The G file. Rook to G1. But black has his own trumps as well. King F7. Fancy. Queen G6. You want to draw,
I would make this draw with both colors here. As white, I don't see anything better. As black, you literally don't have other moves.
And ends in a draw. Carol Khan, nice. It turns into a King's Indian attack by transposition.
He's closing things up after the rook moves to e1. Pretty good timing because f4 is a bit harder to do.
Also pretty cool to play these positions from both sides, knowing Danya is a King's Indian defense player playing KIA. It lets you get very fast moves off, but man, look at the bar here. Knight b4, okay, queen e2. Oh, the pawn. That's problematic. Gets the pieces out. I don't have a lot of counterplay. I have to try f4 maybe.
Yeah, at this point you're in big trouble. D3 is a problem. A4 has been falling for a while. Take d3. No, he goes back. He doesn't want to deal with knight f5 just yet.
Queen e2, f4 incoming.
Yep, this position right here, totally in Alireza's favor. It's super uncomfortable to play. b5 is in the air. Knight b3. It's just getting pushed around.
That's d3, bring the other knight around. Yeah, there it is. Not the most fun.
He can't trade, right? I mean, this is all Alireza so far, because at this point he can just try to trade bishops, trade any pieces. He's way up on time. 5 seconds means a lot for these guys.
That's true. Up time, up pawn. Wait, a draw, bro? No, psych. b5. A doubling of the rooks on the second rank. f7 was hanging there, but the rook was hanging, so he could not take it, boys. Uncomfortable. Yikes, that's gonna hurt.
I think there's something weird. I think he almost forgot that his bishop wasn't on h6.
Yeah.
It's kind of like uncharacteristic move for Danya, but I don't think that was intentional or something, because he seemed kind of like shocked by his own move. And Alireza paused. He was like, wait a minute, can I just take that? Yeah, I can.
Just had to be sure. And now we have a Shillman or Sheeman, however they say it, of the Roy Lopez here. I've seen Prague win a nice game. I think it was in the candidates, actually, with the black pieces. It was Prague or Arjun. Both of them have played it in classical chess, in fact. So very fun line to play. Got to know your stuff. Black already in a better position here.
Agree. Yeah, sacrifices are going to present on the F file if you double the rooks on h3. Really loving the bishops here.
Oh, now incoming sack. Bishop takes h3. He seizes. It goes knight to g1.
Alireza is just playing defense here. Danya's position is overwhelming.
Look at the knights on d1 and g1. Some type of freestyle chess position here with the knights on g1 and e2 or d1.
Yeah, I don't know. It is covering things that you'd never expect it to be. So that's kind of interesting.
Rook g2. There it is. But it loses apparently. What?
He forgot that the queens were attacking one another, I think.
Oh, because he has rook. Oh my goodness. Vicious. He finds it. Because rook takes d4, there's a mate on the back rank of rook e8. This is the tactic.
So it's amazing the layers that are in here. I was thinking, oh, it was this one move that he didn't see, but these guys are good enough. They've actually seen past that, and it's Alireza that comes in with the blow at the end. Rook takes d4. It's like, how many sacrifices ahead can you see? Because, they're ahead of the chat, they're ahead of me, but they're just barely not ahead of each other.
Just a lot of tactics there. You see the tactics, but you got to see the tactics for the tactics, right?
Seriously, I think these guys, James, right now, they're playing tactical sequences that you could pause at any point during the sequence, and you could convince me that either side is winning.
Yeah. I think the tactics are right now definitely in Firouzja's favor here. Shorter, definitely a shorter margin, as we've seen Firouzja go on like just 5-0, 6-0, 7-0. Here, 2-5. Daniel Naroditsky is definitely showing the class.
And he wins by resignation. I know it seems premature, but look how much time. There's more than 30 seconds on the clock, and that pawn is about to become a queen. It's going to cost probably the rook, and he doesn't want any part of that.
Yeah, it seems as this Roy, things that work, you continue to use them. It seems like this version of the Roy Lopez has given him some good position. So far, he feels that, so he goes with it. Again, try to bounce back here, because before this gets out of hand, yes, we're on the board, but it is a 4-point lead. Okay, cool. Shorter than the other leads, as Firouzja was doing in the other matches. But a lot of chess left. We still have 32 minutes, guys.
Yeah, that's the benefit for these players. Maybe not the benefit for Alireza here, but the benefit of being in the winners bracket, you get that 45 minutes instead of 30. Extra 15 means a lot.
Means a lot more games. Who could that be good for? Let's see. Got to get this king off of the g8 square. Not anymore. Bishop on b3 was quite annoying. We have some problems here in white's position, it seems. f2 could be a weak point, and pawns coming into d4, maybe c4 as well. Knight g4 is also something. Plays h3.
These are attacking each other here.
Okay.
Ooh, starting to look good for Danya here. He's up almost 10 seconds, and he's got the better position. So this is a game he needs to close out.
Ooh, nice. 1-4. Yeah, this opening is working well for him. Things that work well, you keep. So Xiong version or variation of the Roy has been giving Firouzja some problems.
Okay, let's see it. 10 seconds, better position. You don't close this game out, you're really going to lose some confidence.
Speed. He's up time too. He should have this one.
Firouzja is so tricky.
Very tricky.
It's not going to be enough, I don't think.
Even if I lose the rook, I should be able to flag here. Should be able to, and
he even gets the checkmate. Not that it mattered with 0.1, but a nice finish.
No,
He's
that's
back
nice.
in there, down by 3, but that means a lot for the confidence. He was, unfortunately, what was it, like 1, 2, 3, 5 games without a win for Daniel Naroditsky. He's on the board again.
That's it. All it takes is 1-2 sometimes. Now the score looks very nice. In fact, 3 games. Hey, Firouzja's still Firouzja here, but I'm hanging in a 3-game deficit.
Okay, here comes the open G file. If I'm looking at the 2 attacks here, Black's looks way easier to play. Alireza, all he did was open the G file, and suddenly things look bad for Danya.
B4? E5, yeah, this is rough. Knight G4. I could run the king over to D2 though. It's maybe not that bad though. I can walk the king around, which he does. G2 is defended. I try to look for my own counterplay now. Wow, G4 is mate. Don't take the knight.
Yep, he wants to play knight f5. That's going to be painful, but brings the rook to the G file. I just don't think it's enough. Look how quickly he switched sides there with queen c8, c2, and that's it.
Yeah, and there we go. Another one down.
Amazing. 7-3. The first 10 games are in the books. We're just under the 30-minute mark. So we're a third of the way through, according to the match clock.
Takes. Knight c2. Oh, this is like French type setups. I actually missed the opening here. I'm checking chat. We all have Danya. We really also want Alireza to lose. So you're rooting for Danya. Okay, don't sack the rook. Queen c2, exactly. All right, chat, who do you have? Come on, we need some energy from you. Alireza or Danya? Alireza or Danya? Ooh, d5, nice in between.
I like this in between move. He's trying to throw, I think, the move f4 in, but maybe e4 and knight e5 was possible there. Instead, Danya goes back knight d8. Yes, it's still okay, but a bit more passive than I think you'd like.
Knight c4, maybe c4. Rook d1 with the knight c4 idea. Nice, there it is. d6, push through. Rook takes, maybe rook f6. You got to get rid of this rook at some point.
But look at the pieces. Like, everything is happening all at once here. Knight e5 uncovering the queen. He wins a pawn there. Time is even, but big advantage on the position right now.
Rook e7, nice trade. He definitely would like that. But the rook on the 7th rank is a very annoying piece. Might have any extra pawns.
Yep. And every pawn is falling here. H5, then G4 will fall. And okay, interesting. I know it's not a position that you want to play at all, but I, for the first time, maybe find that resignation a little bit surprising. 17, 18 seconds apiece. I don't know. I might keep playing that. I don't think it's the biggest mistake, but surprising. Kind of shows you his mentality at the moment.
Well, if you don't see, Danya does not look very happy here. I mean, for obvious reasons here. 27 minutes left. He's keeping it 5 points. You got to get it on a win streak if possible. I mean, it's hard to even say against Firouzja here. He's just been winning every single match here. But there is 27 minutes on the clock. Things can happen. Rook to b8 takes. Rook b2.
Ooh, that is a fork.
There's a fork, but it's
Queen a4 is like you're forking the defense of the knights.
It brings the knight back to g6 now. Queen to c5, queen b5, looking for that trade. I'm up.
Be careful. F1 is going to be hanging if the knight moves.
H5 was an incredible move, actually. Rook c1 hits the knight. You take mine, I take yours.
Yeah, I think you just start pushing this a pawn pretty soon.
Correct.
Got to be careful about back rank and maybe getting checked with these knights, but
Carol Khan style. In game, push the pawn. Stopping queen c7.
Okay, knight f6 is he going to play? I mean, what's the idea? The a pawn is really scary.
Check, push, check, and yep, that's it.
He's got queen g5 as an attempt, queen d8, but the checks are running short.
No queen f8.
And there's mate on g1. And it's 9-3 right now. Alireza Firouzja, he's over 3,300 rated in bullet, and he's certainly playing like it right now.
It is starting to get out of hand. 6-point lead here. Danya is able to hold his own here, but Firouzja is just bringing another level, it seems. Rook a4, rook to g4. Look at this crazy rook lift here. Queen a1, beautiful, with knight e4 coming next.
Makes a lot of sense. I think this is very, very powerful. Knight takes c5, and he wins by resignation again.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that these advantages are there, but do you not just play one more move? I mean, there was going to be a few moves to follow there. I don't know. He's just the mentality here, and I was about to say the mentality is shot, and I think this proves it.
Oh my goodness. This is not the Danya we wanted to see. Of course, Danya did say he wanted to have a good showing. He started very well, in fact. And obviously, loss after loss does do something to your confidence sometimes. You just got to play. Easier said than done, but man, this is tough. Tough to watch.
And you can see Alireza, he kind of had a smile on his face, like almost like, nice to know I've tilted the guy, you know? Like, okay, I broke him a little bit, and I can tell because there's no way Danya hangs that piece unless, the mental is just a little bit shot. There is time to bring it back. Like, I played long matches, and just because you're tilted doesn't mean you can't untilt. It just, by the time he untilts, the match might just be completely out of hand. So that's really the issue here. But he does have time to bring the mental back.
Yeah, it's 8 games here. I mean, it's at some point maybe you just want to say, I just want to lose. I don't want to be the worst to lose, right? Or maybe just try to get some more games up as much as possible. Chad, what do you think here? Does Danya have a chance, Chad? What do you think? Is he done?
Well, I'll tell you, the way that you recover when you're tilted is you usually have to win a game or two that you don't deserve. That's what does it. I know it sounds crazy, but for me, that's what untilts me. Like right now, it's looking really, really bad for Danya. So he needs some game that Alireza is just crushing him in, and for some reason, he gets a win in it. And it's almost like all the games where Danya's been winning and he's lost, they don't matter. But the game where Firouzja wins and somehow Danya gets the win, that can just flip things around.
Good. Sometimes it's what they call a stop the bleeding. Even a draw. Something to just stop the win streak. And then all of a sudden you just kind of snap out of it. It really does take that as this is a tilting game. This is a streaky game. So you get on the streak. We've even seen it before.
I know what it feels like, though. It feels like your opponent's just unassailable. Like you can't possibly beat him. Like, what the heck? This guy he has no weaknesses. And Alireza is playing like that right now.
Yeah, I think he just needs a breather here, in fact. Even Calvin in chat says, James, I think instead of resigning, he needs to just let the clock tick for a minute, just to take a few breaths in a way. I can agree with that, actually. Maybe if you are in a losing position, instead of resigning, maybe just take a breather and just stop. Wait, we might have something here. He's up. He should be feeling it.
Definitely his best game in a while. Rook d2, though, that's not ideal. Yeah, okay. He's recovered. There you go. B6. He's done a good job now.
Yeah, he should be able to convert. I believe in him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's up time too, so this should be a Danya win. He's up time. Yeah, there's the queen. Perfect. He stops the bleeding. There we go. Get one, and then you get a second and a third, and get a string of wins sometimes.
That's a good sign. That's something. But this match so far has truly been an Alireza Firouzja masterclass. He's put win streaks together of 3-4 wins in a row. He just went on a streak of 6 wins in a row before that loss. It was 6-0 in the last 6 games. So that is a massive turnaround for Naroditsky.
Yeah, absolutely. Just stop the adoption, but also get on the board, build a little bit of confidence there. See if you can string together some other wins. What else can you do but just keep playing?
Well, hey, that's the thing. Just because you get one, you go to the next game, it's like, oh, man, I got to do that all over again. I mean, that wasn't that easy. That took everything out of me.
Yeah, that's an awesome move there by Danya. Making it done, though. D3 is hanging. The knight on G3 was hanging, so he plays king F2. Ooh, Tactinos, E3. There we go, swinging back. Maybe forcing queen takes E3. Takes. You get something for it.
Yeah, there's 3 pawns here. Ooh, I think this is a scary position. The bishop and pawns can be remarkably effective here.
He does have 3 pawns. Oh, that's kind of annoying. Wait, okay, is one of those pawns gone?
Ooh, every pawn falls there. White all of a sudden has the advantage.
Yeah, it's too many pawns.
It's too many pawns.
Look at all these
Black
pawns.
doesn't have any pass pawns. 4 connected here.
4? When is the last time you had 4 connected pass pawns? You got to ask yourself that.
I don't know, James, but I tell you, I probably won that game.
Probably.
Like, he is still winning here, by the way. He's 100% winning, and he lost his rook.
I've never seen this in my life. You kidding?
Okay, you remember how I said that? Okay, if he manages this, that's crazy. Okay, good. Remember how I said that if he gets one he doesn't deserve? If he lost that one, I think we could have just called it right there.
No, that was crazy. He had a rook and a knight, and 4 pawns didn't matter. They got 4 pawns. I have no pieces, but I got pawns.
Don't write him off. That's 2 in a row. That's something.
There we go.
Alireza was down on time there, which was actually really unusual. We haven't seen that this match. He's been very, very good on the clock.
There you go. You just build a confidence. You just play, right? Forget about everything else. Sometimes you just play. That's a 2-game win streak. He hasn't been able to do that at all. Even this position looks really nice, of course, with the damaged pawn structure here. A7's hanging. He doesn't go for it.
Yeah, he takes it now, but, he is down a pawn in this position. I wouldn't say it's something you're too happy about.
That is correct.
Yeah, C3, C2. This is concerning.
Yeah.
Very concerning. You're just losing a piece.
You have to give it up. If I can get some extra pawns, if I can get one more pawn, I might be okay, but it may not be likely. Can I shuffle H4 and shuffle? No, it's just
I don't believe it. Black has
realistic.
definitely got to be winning here. Question is how.
Yes. The question is how. Rookie 2. I mean, okay. There's no progress yet. F4 is coming eventually.
That's the thing with Bullet, though, is you don't need to always make progress every time you're shuffling. You're just doing it to get the guy lower on time. And look at this. There's progress.
They're also trying to run the clock here. They both are, but pretty even on clock. It's a race.
Oh, look at that attempt. The stalemate attempts. He definitely set that up intentionally, by the way. But Firouzja up to task. He does not take that rook when it was poisoned. The level in Bullet is so high right now.
Renegade rook, looking for those stalemate tactics and ideas.
Okay. And that's a win for Alireza. How many of you in chat would take that rook? It was 2 times in a row. I mean, that's a really clever trick. But as clever as it was, Alireza, he saw it before it was even conceived, and he didn't let it phase him.
In fact, it's very nice to see. I like this variation. Danya has been getting very good positions out of this opening in particular. Very good positions. So here, maybe not the greatest, but he can cancel queenside, the bishops. I mean, he has some chances. It's Danya's style. Danya's style here. Oh, nice. Well, he should have got the king out the center. We was trying to cancel queenside, and we didn't. We didn't, Aman. We didn't get the king out the center.
Yeah, that one. I agree with you. I agree with you, James. We have seen a lot of success out of that opening, but classic curse. You know, right when we want to talk about it, it's nowhere to be found.
Dang it! Yeah, if we got that king out of center, it could be different, but it did not. Okay, wait. Oh, in reverse, same thing. Wait a second. Let him rook, huh? King on d7.
Problem is, this king is actually completely safe on the dark squares.
King on d6 is safe. It's crazy to me. Rook f6. Psyche says safe where?
Rook takes f6. So there was actually no threats with the queen there, but queen g8 thinking, you know, everything is fine. All of a sudden, nothing was fine.
Yeah, no, somehow it's wrong, but I mean, okay, not really. From a human
Bishop
standpoint,
here, king b6.
I don't believe it at
Not
all.
good enough.
Check. Yeah, this should be mating.
Yeah, I don't know what the calculation is here.
Check everywhere. Literally check everything. Everything check. Every move check. Check.
At some point, you do have to defend this mate because I don't see a forced checkmate.
He goes. Yeah, check.
Bishop b5 to a6 is an idea here.
d6 and queen b5 was not possible due to trades.
Wow. Is he trying to play queen b6 to trade the queens? No, he's down on time. He'll certainly be satisfied with a draw there.
I think he's just going for some
queen b5 and rook takes f8. Ooh, I think there was rook takes f8 in between there.
Yeah, he definitely missed that. They're just playing clock here. Nice.
What a game. What a fight. There's 15 minutes remaining. We're 2/3 of the way there. These guys are playing this theory like they've seen it before. And believe me, they probably have numerous times. This is now ultra popular.
Two knights. Take. Very fast. Knight comes into c5. That is a very strong square.
Yep. Just a positional game out of a sudden. The tactics have been flying, but it's like, hang on, don't forget, we can go back to the positional grind as well.
14 minutes left. Chat said, is it mathematically possible? Mom, what do you think? Mathematically, is it possible for anything from Danya?
I think yes, definitely the math checks out with 14 minutes on the clock. The math is still checking out, probably even with that win, but we're right on the point where it's about to not. Like 1-2 more wins for Alireza and it's way out of reach.
He's been doing 15 I think he had one match at 13, but every other game he's been able to string up 15 wins.
Yeah, and you just have to bring the match within 2 and then start the game for an opportunity. And I think he can still probably do that, but just about. Like it's unfortunately not a very enviable spot. And it looks like Alireza is well on his way to a victory here.
Yeah, unfortunately, victory here would be 10 games. A 10-game lead for Firouzja here. Tough to see, but also very impressive to see from Firouzja's standpoint. He's just locked and loaded, in, and also last year's champion as well, looking to do it again.
Yep, he's got a 10-game lead right now, 16-6. He just broke the mental early, and Alireza has never looked back. He's strung so many wins together in a row in this match. He's been dominant from start to not even finish yet, and it's been really impressive to watch. You're watching bullet chess at the highest level. This is the defending champ.
All right. Knight b5 there. My goodness, he just resigned game after game here. Danya is checked out. Danya has checked out. Unfortunate, but there's still game left. And wait, what?
Oh.
Wait, what
Okay.
the heck happened?
We actually saw the result pop up for the loss before the game even popped up for the and he allowed a pre-move capture of his knight.
Yo,
That is when you
what?
know the skill test to the max.
Oh man, was that DE4 and then EF3?
Yeah, it was like he's
Oh,
played
man.
pawn takes pawn, and then Danya pre-moved, and then he played pawn takes knight.
Pawn takes F3, yeah.
And, you know, I can only look at that and think, how many times has that happened to me? It's
Oh, yeah.
so painful, especially when
Punch in
you're
the air.
already like getting crushed in the match.
Mhm.
That's not what you need.
Yeah, punch in the air real hard. But at least, one thing Danya gets is he gets a second life, boys and girls. So, okay, you lose the match. It's not over. You still get a second match, and maybe he can even tune up or at least find some tweaks in whatever, he didn't like in this match to try to use and maybe get back to face in the grand final. Face Firouzja, that is.
Yeah, it's like what did we not like in the match? It's like, okay, well, I didn't like the match. Okay, what else?
That's about it.
Yeah.
Didn't like the match, Yeah. Well, he does have another life. 10 more minutes. Right, there's double elimination. Exactly, double elimination, GP Bear, right? That's the good thing about this thing. Is you're not out of it.
Yeah, obviously we're going to see more of Daniel Naroditsky in this tournament. He's going to drop down and wait to see who makes it all the way through the bracket.
What is the king movement? It's hilarious. That is hilarious.
Yeah, they're messing around at this point. Danya's playing at light speed.
Oh.
He doesn't even have time to double check whether he's hanging something. He's just pre-moving.
Nice though. Knight G3.
Alireza has one piece developed.
I'm up on exchange though. I got exchange. Knight F5.
Knight F5. Okay.
Tossing some stuff out there, a little spice.
Yep. Queen E6, Queen G6, and full regret, I think, is going to be setting in. Although Knight G5, right?
This works. Oh, Rook D7. We played that boy instantly.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. Danya. Okay, he finding some moves.
Even when he's basically flinging pieces out there, there's a rhyme and there's a reason.
Yeah, no, that was nice. I think he might have to trade queens here, which is not what we wanted, but still in the game.
Rook C7, I think I would be playing. Unfortunately, now there's Rook C8, but previously that wasn't possible.
H4 played. Bishop takes with the knight, brings the knight around.
Huge advantage in this particular game for Danya, just with that knight. Okay, there's knight H6. I was gonna say I like the knight regardless, just because it's bullet, but
always got to go with the knight and bullet.
Yeah, it's hard to get excited about good games if you're Daniel Naroditsky because they just don't have the same impact, right? 18.5 to 7.5 with 9 minutes remaining. It's already wrapped up for Alireza.
It's annoying because you just have to play. You got to keep playing. At least make the score, the margin smaller than it is. And, hope for a miracle. And miracle meaning winning games in like 10 moves, 4, 5, 6 in a row.
Exactly.
Unlikely. Wins a pawn, though. Might be another game here.
I mean, Bishop H7 is there for the taking, but problem is there's a really nasty Queen E1 winning the bishop at the end of that. So you think you're doing the tactic, but it's being done to you.
Yeah, you think you're doing the tactic, but no, you're the tactic. Wait, what? Huh? Knight F6, Knight E5, nice. Allowing bishop takes H7. Still some huge counterplay here. G6 traps the bishop. Nice play here from Danya.
Yeah, the bishop is trapped. You can't even take on G6.
That's crazy. White has nothing. Queen defends so nicely there on E8.
It's incredible.
Definitely.
Are we going to see? Well, hang on. Queen takes G6 is possible now. It's about to end the game.
Queen E4. He drops the knight. Oh, man. Yeah, he didn't mean to do that, but okay. Okay. Check up.
Rook C7.
Okay,
big mistake. And Danya is really just a speed demon here. Ooh, definite mistake there. Hang on a sec. He's really flipped this game around.
Yeah, Calvin in chat says, at this point, is it better for Danya to play different openings and prep for a hopeful future matchup? That's a good question. We're going to see, get Iman on that too. Iman, what do you think about that? Do you think he should later on maybe play some different openings? I mean, I don't think it was really the openings thing. It may have been a little bit of, I don't know, tilt, but also not the opening choices. I don't believe it was an opening problem. What do you think, Iman?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think I can look back on the openings except maybe the one where he pre-moved and lost a piece in 4 moves and resigned. That maybe we don't play that opening anymore. That's probably my advice. But no, I don't look at this the same way, for example, the Jeffrey Xiong matchup where I'm thinking, oh no, that was like opening problems nonstop, failure to adjust. I don't feel the same way here.
Yeah, I don't think it's an opening thing. More be just trying to contain Alireza, maybe even playing more positional things too as well. Because Alireza is just vicious with tactics as we've seen. It doesn't seem to work. In fact, so it's hard to even answer. Like, what do you do to beat him? I mean, who beat him? You know, like who did? You know, like
there's not many people you can ask that actually have an answer for you.
Right. You know, right. It's difficult to answer that.
6 minutes remaining, and something tells me that Danya cannot have these 6 minutes go quick enough. He's already blundered a tactic there in the opening. Bishop f7, queen h5. Matters a lot less in bullet, I will say, because he's actually got just about a winning position now.
See, king slightly strange on f7, but you can bring the rook around. I should try maybe b4. That's funny. I mean, listen, you know, Jeffrey definitely had some games with that b4 stuff that was like, whoa, he was going to black too. He catch somebody off guard, but Bortnik was ready.
Maybe knight d2. And strangely enough, neither king actually castled, but we have a position that looks totally crazy.
Yeah, king safety is... Whose king is where? What? Huh? Take. Black has more pawns. And also the double pawn on a5, not the greatest. Danya, that's nice, man. He might get to a 10-piece, I believe. Which should be very respectable. I didn't think that
if you asked him, I don't think he would agree.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Based on what we've seen from Alireza, you know, that would definitely contend with some of his other scores. Alireza has really been running through the competition, but I think Danya holds himself to, you know, a higher standard than that. I mean, 10-point differential. You've definitely gotten crushed in this match that we're watching. Doesn't mean that's always the score between them. Remember, we saw they played 6,000 games. Believe me, Danya has got his licks in over the course of that. But in this particular match, it has been all Alireza.
And this is actually a really nice jump over here that we've gotten. Rook d8. Black does have some counter play. We should get canceled. Should be okay. Yeah, Danya is in good shape in this Chopava game here. The bishop looks nice. Bishop takes f7. He finds it. Yeah,
very quick. Yep, there was a discovered attack on the queen there.
Bishop back to f2 maybe. There it is. h4.
He's up on time. He's playing it well. You know, he's just trying to at least keep that confidence up. Maybe beat Firouzja in a few of these games at the end, because he may very well have to play him again in this competition. And he's simply got more matches to play in general. So he doesn't really want to have this like super defeated energy exiting this match. So while these games may not matter that much to Firouzja, I think they're decently important to Danya here.
And yeah, definitely. Still important. He wants to at least get to 10, 11, 12 games there. And then make some adjustments for the next one if he's able to make it through the loser's bracket. He will be knocked down to the loser's bracket, but still lots of chess left. He's not out yet. Okay, this game is over though. Rook g1, bishop. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, he had that one ready to go. Queen G2. A little clap there at the end from Danya. He's got to appreciate that was a slick find. Basically pre-moved it as well. That's puzzle rush for you. I've seen that exact pattern in Chess.com's puzzle rush.
Right, so many times he was ready for it. Queen G2, Rook F1, Rook G1, Rook G1 mate after the pre-move queen there, or after queen. That was vicious stuff. 20. This is Alireza's highest amount of points so far, and he waited and to do it against Daniel Naroditsky here as well. But I think Danya definitely holding his own. He got some games up. Just was not able to put down Firouzja at all in this match here. Firouzja is steamrolling to the grand final. Who will be able to stop him? Chad, do you think anybody's able to stop Alireza here in the field through the loser's bracket? Somebody's going to be able to challenge him, but will they be able to at least slow this man down?
Yeah, it's been really impressive from Alireza. Not just this match, the entire event. Like he's had a huge margin of victory as well. So it feels like he hasn't just been winning, but he's been winning comfortably, right? It's not like every single game has been flawless for him, but overall, I feel like he would, categorize his performance in the games that he's played as very, very comfortable.
Yeah, very comfortable indeed. Chat, we have someone in chat says Chat can beat him. You know what? You're right. I forgot Chat is 5,500 rated. So let's go, Chat. You know what? Let's sign
How could
up.
you
Come on,
forget
Chat.
that?
I mean, come on, Chat. You're right. You're right. Luckily, y'all didn't play. It would have been over. They wouldn't have a chance. They wouldn't even have a chance. He takes queen here. Firouzja winning another.
Everything's going to disappear. Yep, there you go. It's a magic trick.
Alireza with a win. Last game here, boys and girls. Last game, as Firouzja will be advancing to the grand final in style here.
Well, they're going to have to play another one because he resigned too quickly. So,
yo,
when you're losing so bad, you want the match to end. It's like you should actually not resign. Just wait 30 seconds and then resign. You got to play again, man.
Yeah, no more games. Like I'm out. Yeah, I'm out of here. But he gets knocked down and loses bracket. And of course, one thing I know about Danya is when he loses matches, he's so determined to get back. So you're gonna have an angry Danya in the losers bracket. That is a very scary Danya. Of course, you got some others down there too. There are no slouches. You got Bortnik still, right? We got Lazavik. Like, so boys are still down here ready to work. So, and you got Danya down there as well.
Yeah, Danya will be taking on the winner of that matchup. So it's going to be Alireza waiting at the top, right? We have everything concluding in our coverage tomorrow.
Yes, we will see. The match is officially over. Alireza
Yes, it is.
Goes on. Chad, I'm gonna Chad
he's
next
trying
time.
to get this working, but he's going to get back rank mated.
Ended up back rank mate. Nice. Even Alireza for once every 1,000 games.
22.5 to 10.5. An emphatic score line. Truly the dominant player in this matchup. He's got the esports jersey on. Team Falcons Bullet Chess Championship winners final. Alireza Firouzja is your winner. And James, he moves on to the grand final where he will wait to see who wins in the loser's bracket, who contends against Danya, and ultimately who makes it back up to challenge him.
As we see, the grand final there, Alireza steamrolled his way through. Look at all the scores there. In fact, very impressive. Danya is the only one with the highest score against Alireza, right? So, as we see there, Alireza is able to beat everyone else there, make it around to the grand final. Now, in the loser's bracket, Danya does get knocked down to the loser's bracket, but he has a chance still because you have a second life here. We got Bortnik and Daniel Naroditsky to face off and then see who faces Danya in the loser's final and then who is going to face Alireza Firouzja in the grand final, guys. Wow, that was very, very strong stuff. Aman, wow, this is impressive by Firouzja, huh? He's just playing out of his mind.
It truly is impressive. Like you said it, James, and when we were looking at the bracket there, I couldn't help but notice that Alireza Firouzja, no matter who you've put in front of him, he's beaten by a margin of 10 games or more. That's shocking. That's the defending champion coming back and saying, like, you gotta send better. You got to send someone better because the ones you're sending right now, they're not enough. And so far, it's just been a statement every single match. He's been in total control. Yes, it's not been absolutely flawless, but in the grand scheme of Bullet, what could go wrong? I mean, I truly think he's been a cut above.
Absolutely. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Well, of course, we are not finished yet, says Alireza, and also the other players going through the losers bracket. Guys, we have some questions ready for Alireza because we are going to bring him on, guys. We're going to bring him on for an interview right after.
Throughout the year, we have this ongoing collaboration with RLs. We host workshops, tournaments for the people who are experiencing homelessness. And to be honest, it's just amazing to see the joy and the confidence that chess brings to their life.
El ajedrez lo que tiene es una posibilidad de hacer conocimientos o de establecer relaciones intergeneracionales. Puedes jugar hombres, mujeres, niños, niñas, y entonces esto es muy interesante. Y también de alguna manera pues iguala a todo tipo de persona, ¿no? Dentro del programa ocupacional intentamos generar actividades que tengan relación con las competencias o con los gustos de las personas. Aquellas actividades que de alguna manera les motiven, les sean significativas. Y hay muchas personas a las que les gusta el ajedrez.
Me relaja mucho, porque termino una partida y después una tranquilidad maravillosa. Me olvido de todo.
Hemos organizado unas partidas y han venido 3 personas a jugar partidas simultáneas que han atraído a mucha gente.
When we see a grandmaster with a first-time player, and when we see people who don't even play but are so interested by the game and, sharing and watching, that's the real magic of this initiative.
I have a rating of over 1,000. I think this event organized by Chess.com and the Grandmaster Maurice Ashley was just a great experience for me to come here. I got absolutely destroyed, but it was at least fun participating. And I just think it's a great opportunity to just unite with other people that can play chess, and I'm just happy to be here.
It was fantastic to be able to play out in open air in Barcelona. A lot of great players. I had some tough games. I was a little slow, but it's what it was. I didn't want to lose any games. I had some good positions, but they played me tough. So it was quite a bit of fun.
Las personas que viven en la calle y que están vulneradas son personas de ciudadanos de primera como todas las personas. Y entonces todas las actividades que puedan hacer visible esta igualdad, esta equiparación con el resto de ciudadanos es interesante.
It's amazing to be a part of a game like chess and then to see the magical power that it has, that it can transform lives. We see it happen all over the world, and to see it happening here in Barcelona, it's such a great cause with homeless people who may have life a little bit tough but get a chance to take a little bit of break and play some chess. I think it's a wonderful initiative that Chess.com has started.
It's not just chess. It's about community, it's about dignity, it's about joy in action. So yeah, chess is for everyone. When we say that, we really mean it.
We are here with Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja and making it to the grand final Here he is, Alireza. Hey, congratulations on your grand final. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel tired. Wait, it's pretty late here, so as soon as we finished, I hope we finished the interview fast.
Well, let's get these questions out rapid fire then. We got to ask you about that match you just played. I mean, you're looking relaxed over there. You look a little tired, but you're making the matches look easy. You've beaten all your opponents by like a margin of 10 or more. In that match, could you kind of sense maybe when Danya tilted a little bit? Because, you know, he started to at some point just play too quickly, hanging pieces. Could you feel that moment when it started to really shift in your favor?
Yeah, I mean, if he would not tilt, probably it would be a closer match for sure. So for sure, it helped me to get a big lead in the match. So and it was unexpected because Daniel nowadays is good at controlling his tilt. So yeah. Anyway, I'll take it.
We're gonna give you a chat question here, and get some rest and some food, man. Long matches, good. Congratulations. We have a question from Captain Micmac. Says, can you give odds in the first match for content tomorrow so people think others have a chance? Wow.
No, the problem is that I have to play 30 more minutes. I don't want to do that, so I'll try my best first match.
Well, the matches are going to be played in the losers bracket first. So we got to ask you, Alireza, when it comes to that, in terms of opponents, obviously, you just did well against Danya. It doesn't necessarily mean, if you played him again, it would be the same score. So out of the losers bracket, Bortnik and Denis Lazavik still have to play. The winner plays Danya. Do you have anyone in that field that, you'd like to play against in particular?
I think Danya is still big favorite to come out of the final. So, yeah, the least. I don't like to play so much Danya. So, from all these my English is really bad now. From all these three people, I prefer to play other person, not Danya. So.
Makes sense. Yeah, just a new match, a new fresh face.
Yes.
Well, of course, Alireza, congratulations. We'll let you get some rest. You've been playing extremely well, and good luck to you in the grand final. Congratulations.
Congrats, Alireza. Look at that, James. I mean, what a 45 minutes of chess between Alireza and Danya is just a treat, no matter what. And I've always said those score lines at the end, they can just look lopsided because that's the game that we're playing here. It's bullet chess, momentum. Like, the points can just fly. I've played so many matches myself where, blink and then suddenly it's a 5-game lead. It happens. As we look at the standings here in the 2025 Bullet Chess Championship, we know some more placements. Nihal, Sam Sevian, as well as Jeffrey and Vyacheslav Duda are walking away with $3,000 and $2,000 respectively for their efforts.
3 bands, for playing this chess and losing a match. I still go home with something respectable for my time and playing some bullet chess. Learn some things, have a little bit of fun there. These guys are eliminated, Nihal, Sarin, Sam, and the rest of them. But at the end of the day, we still have more chess to be played. Guys, we have some more games, and me and Aman will be back with you guys tomorrow. So make sure you're here. Same time. Tune in tomorrow at noon Eastern or 6 p.m. Central European time, guys. We will see you tomorrow. Have a great one, everyone. Looking forward to seeing you.